Kia ora.
Good
All right, well, okay, kia ora. Ngā mihi māha kia koutou I runga I te marama mahuru Māori. So welcome everyone to today's meeting, which is also the first week of Māori Language Month, Mahuru Māori. You may remember last year we embraced Te Reo Māori in our committee meetings, and I encourage you all to do the same this Mahuru this September. So kua tūwhera I tēnei hui, and I'm going to begin with the opening karakia. Which you can join along with if you want to, but please stay on mute because otherwise it gets a bit crazy. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai. E hi ake ana te atākura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. Right, so as I said before, welcome to the committee meeting of Pūroro Rangaranga, the Social, Cultural and Economic Committee. So please note the meeting is being live streamed, and if you can let myself or Sean know either via email or text to me if you're going to need to leave the meeting. And because we're on Zoom, we're all getting pretty familiar with this now, which is good. If you want to speak, please put your hand up, which you know how to do in the reactions function on Zoom. We're going to take a short break at 10:30 for about 15 minutes, hopefully, if timing's going well then. And then obviously we have our we begin our submissions before we then will break for an hour lunch at 12:30, and then we have a half an hour break at about 2:30 for afternoon tea. So it was a fairly long day, and I understand there may be people need to duck away for a few seconds. Obviously there's family needs and other things going on in the background, so we're just reminding ourselves to give people a bit of leeway if they need it. So yes, thank you. So I'm going to begin by just calling for any apologies. I have an apology for Councillor Rush. He's going to arrive a little bit late. He's attending a submission session elsewhere, and Councillor Foon has indicated that she may need to leave the meeting a little bit early later on this afternoon. Are there any other apologies?
Jill, I will need to duck out occasionally. I know I've been alerted to a number of things I've got to deal with, so I'll do those when I have to, but hopefully it won't be for too long.
So we'll just put in pastoral absence for Mayor Foster as required. Do I have a seconder for those? If you can maybe put your hand up in the rear. Oh, Mayor Foster, if you want to second those, that would be great. Thank you. So I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Please vote accordingly.
Just waiting on Councillor Sparrow.
He's just finding his voting button, I think. Yes, his hand up, so we'll take that as a vote. So that looks like it's, oh, yeah, look, he's found it, fantastic. So that is unanimous, that's carried. Now I call on councillors to declare, or members to declare any conflicts of interest that they may have in relation to items on the agenda. Are there any conflicts? No. So now I'm going to confirm the minutes of the Pūroro Rangaranga Social, Cultural and Economic Committee meeting held on the 5th of August 2021, having been circulated, that they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Matthews, thank you. So we'll now vote. Please vote accordingly. It looks like we've got everyone.
That's unanimous.
It's unanimous, thank you. Thank you, everybody. So now we're going to move on to public participation, and I'd like to welcome our public participants today. So we've got three different public participants. So we'll begin with Kate Shellikins from Thursdays in Black, Victoria University of Wellington. Welcome, Kate. Thank you so much for coming to join us. So Kate, you have 10 minutes, and it's possible there might be some questions if there's a bit of time left within that 10 minutes. So we'll hand over to you.
Awesome, thanks for having us. I've also got Sophie Clark, the other co-president of Thursdays in Black from Victoria University of Wellington as well, and she's going to start us off. So hand over to Soph.
Awesome, thanks, Kate. Nō reira, morena kia koutou katoa. As Kate mentioned, we are the Thursdays in Black branch from Victoria University of Wellington, and my name's Kate, and my name's Sophie, and I'm here with Kate. I'll just preface this presentation with a content warning about sexual violence. We will be mentioning some statistics about sexual violence and sexual harassment today. If I could just get the slide change to the next one, thank you. So Thursdays in Black is a student-led, nationwide and university student-oriented group that focuses on sexual violence prevention and supporting victim survivors of sexual violence. We work within the university context to create safer environments for students and to help educate people on the issues around sexual violence.
However, we also are super aware that the student experience isn't confined to within university walls. So we're here to speak to you regarding how students experience living with inacity and how we interact with the systems and prevention methods that are in place. If we could change the slide to the next one. Thank you. So to begin with, on this slide and the previous one, these are some statistics from Thursdays in Blacks in Our Own Words campaign, which was a report that was compiled after interviewing university students around the country, and it was published in 2017. Just to give some context as to what we're talking about from kind of a university perspective. And in the interest of time, we've kind of compiled our presentation into two main elements, which we support the funding for, which we characterize as a reactive and a proactive measure respectively.
So the first element of this presentation, which aligns with one of the asks from the Wellington Alliance Against Sexual Violence, which you are all probably familiar with as organising the Let Us Live rally in March this year. So our first element is supporting the hospitality industry, which we characterise as a reactive measure. So with this, we mean working with existing organisations such as the fantastic mahi of respected Aotearoa to provide disclosure and bystander intervention training for hospitality workers in the CBD to appropriately and proactively look after people before harm occurs. Because as you can see from the statistics on your computer screens at the moment, out of a sample pool of nearly 1,000 respondents, the top 2 locations where people said that they experienced sexual violence were at locations that are within Central City and within contexts such as going out to town and things like that. You might be familiar with the organisation Sophie's Angels, which is an all-female ride service taking passengers home to a destination or to a destination of their choosing who feel like they're in danger. The system works with some bars that are on board with this. A person who feels like they're in danger will go up and ask for an angel shot at the bar. And that's when the hospitality workers know that this person feels like they're in danger. So they will call Sophie's Angels, who will come and pick them up. Seeing as the majority of people who experience sexual harm and sexual harassment, especially in these contexts and the locations that are on the screen in front of you, are women and gender minorities who understandably do not always necessarily feel safe or comfortable going to the police if they feel they're in danger, we think it's crucial that funding is prioritised to groups such as these who can cater to the needs of all people, and especially those who feel most at risk and victimised in situations such as this. And we recognise that sexual violence and alcohol harm are inherently linked. And we understand that reducing alcohol abuse in bars will also help reduce sexual harm that occurs within these contexts. But we also recognise that this occurs in conjunction with our second element, which Kate will speak to shortly. So we recognise that without consent education, all the previous matters that I have mentioned are effectively redundant, which is why we characterise this as a reactive measure, as we're hoping to get ahead of the gun and proactively solve the issues of the occurrence of sexual violence in the CBD before it even gets to the point where we're having to implement these measures. So I'll pass over to Kate now.
I just see there are hands up at the moment. Do you guys want to ask a question now? Because we have made it short for...
Well, if you want to finish, we'll ask questions at the
Okay,
end. Probably
cool.
easiest. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Can we just change the slide over then as well? Thank you. So yeah, this is kind of a summary of this in line with the three asks from the Wellington Alliance Against Sexual Violence, which we kind of position ourselves in line with. So I'm going to talk to the last one now, investing in existing sexual violence prevention organisations, which we see as proactive. And given that we are kind of a student-focused group, and students are a huge part of the safety of inner city as both perpetrators and victims, we believe that it's really worth the council looking at how they can support universities in Wellington with education and prevention. As evidenced by the Let Us Live rally in March of this year, students are a huge part of the demographic of those affected, but also a huge part of the demographic of those who want to see the city become a better place. And we believe that students are a huge part of that solution. So we've got a lot of experience talking to people within university who've been sexually assaulted. And we also know there are many perpetrators at university as well. So we know that this is an issue through firsthand experience. And we know that lots of these people are concentrated in university. So we feel like it's a great place to educate lots of people at once and a kind of hitting multiple birds with one stone. And yeah, so we really believe that re-education is such a huge part of this, because investment in spatial design and kind of supporting hospitality can only go so far before they rely on kind of a culture shift to change the dialogue around sexual violence. And that has to be done with education. So we also know that sexual harm doesn't only happen at clubs and bars. And so if someone doesn't understand kind of respect and consent as well, harm can occur in other places as well, outside of the council's reach and outside of our reach. So we believe that to protect the community, the education needs to be prioritised so that we are reaching all people and kind of dealing with this problem from the beginning. So yeah, we really believe that working with universities and kind of schools and education as well is a really great place to make sure that students are included in consent education and that people are learning about sexual violence. So that we can see that change happen at a cultural level as well, which is really hard to kind of create policy around. So yeah, but yeah, thank you so much for having us to speak, and thank you for committing to work to solve these issues with us in Pōneke. So yeah, we're happy to take questions as well.
Kia ora, korua. So we do have about 3 minutes left for questions. So we'll go to Mayor Foster and then Councillor Pennant. Mayor Foster.
Thank you both very much for coming and joining us. So are you keen to have some sort of formal involvement in the Pōneke Promise partnership?
We would love that if you guys wanted to have us.
Cool,
Yeah.
Sounds good. And the second bit is, do you think that the universities ought to be part of that partnership as well?
I do believe so, because I think it's really important, because you know, when all students are going to town, obviously the university can't really control what they're doing in town, but I think the university can have a direct role in influencing how people behave in town, because we spend so much time in that university environment, especially when you consider that most uni students go to halls as well. So there is kind of an opportunity, I think, to really create cultural change by involving universities, not just Vic, but, you know, Massey and Welltech and, you know, other universities as well.
That's why I said universities, not just Vic.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, and look, the last bit is just in terms of, I know you sort of described that as being ambulance at the bottom of the cliff rather than the consent education being first, but in terms of the bar staff education, training, obviously sounds like a need to step that up. How do you think that should link in with liquor licensing, and any thoughts about how that gets stepped up?
No, that's a good question, and I think it'd be good to correlate like the training that hospitality staff and businesses and like private industries receive that relates to the like amount of powers they have, like the amount of licensing powers that they have. Like, for example, you know, the amount of time that they can have to serve alcohol. If they have, you know, long periods of time, like throughout the night, where they can be serving alcohol, then we should definitely prioritize giving them a lot of training as well. So all the staff that are working at all hours of the night are all trained to deal with, you know, the inevitable harm that can come from, you know, such alcohol consumption going throughout the night.
Thank you. Look, thank you for the answers, and thank you for all the work you do.
Well, thank you. We'll just get Councillor Pennant very quickly for a minute.
Thank you for your incredibly important work. It's amazing. Just a quick question. What did your survey show about violence in the home or, you know, more familiar settings? And also, do you have a structural analysis around why women and girls and non-binary people tend to be the victims?
So the full report for In Our Own Words, we can send that through if you guys would like to read it as well. Yeah, it doesn't really cover domestic violence as much, just because it's more of a university centered survey. So it was interviewing university students, mostly about their experiences in town and that kind of thing as well. So we don't have a lot of details on that. I'm really sorry, which we know is a huge issue as well. But again, we think that can kind of be helpful with the culture shift. And was there another part of your question?
Yeah, it's the structural analysis about why women and non-binary people are the victims.
I think obviously there is definitely a big structural analysis behind that, but probably in the interest of time we can't quite delve into all the details on that today. But
there is information about that in the report, and I know there's a lot of academic work as well about that, especially done by Vic Uni academics as well, who we support as well. Yeah.
Tēnā koroa I tō kōrero I tō wero, I tēnei ata. Thank you both so much for coming to share with us and put your challenge out to us, and we really appreciate your leadership and the time that you've taken to do the important mahi that you're doing, so thank you. Now I'd like to welcome Fiona McNamara from Respected Aotearoa. Nau mai, Fiona. So you can see you've got 10 minutes and there could likely be some questions in that time if there's some time left. Kia ora, over to you.
Great, thank you very much. Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you very much for having me here today, and thank you Thursdays in Black for that presentation that you've just given. I fully support what you have presented today. So I'm Fiona McNamara. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Respected Aotearoa. Respected is a Wellington-based charitable trust that provides a range of services to support organisations to prevent and respond to sexual harm and to build positive and healthy relationships and cultures. Respected is an independent charitable trust. It was originally founded by and continues to work in collaboration with Wellington Rape Crisis, Wellington Sexual Abuse Help Foundation and Wellstop, with each agency represented on our trust board. Respected Aotearoa focuses on primary prevention of sexual harm. And when we talk about primary prevention, we are talking about investing in initiatives that prevent harm before it occurs. So primary prevention interventions are population-based, universal, and they can be targeted. It includes interventions that change structures and norms in a particular setting, society, or culture that support violence. So currently, looking at a national level, the government spends $2 billion per year on the prevention and response to sexual violence, and less than 2% of this is spent on prevention. So there is an urgent need to increase focus and spending on primary prevention of sexual harm across all ages and all parts of our community. In terms of the Pōneke Promise, Wellington now has the opportunity to become New Zealand's first sexual violence-free city. This vision is a lofty goal, but it is achievable. Every single instance of sexual harm can be prevented. To eliminate sexual harm in Pōneke, the whole community, the local government, specialist service providers, and local communities need to work together. This need for cross-sector partnership has been recognised at our central government level with the recent creation of the Joint Venture for Family and Sexual Violence that draws together 10 government agencies to be jointly responsible for harm prevention. On a local level in Wellington, the Pōneke Promise is an initiative that brings together local council, police, local business, specialist sexual violence services and community groups in a commitment to work together to end harm. A necessary area of focus for Wellington is the harm that happens in alcohol-fueled environments, particularly in and around Courtney Place on Friday and Saturday nights, as our Thursday in Black presenters have mentioned already. I want to applaud the work that the Council has done to date to increase funding for harm reduction in Wellington, particularly the Council commitment in the long-term plan to an additional $400,000 per annum for 3 years to harm prevention and a Safer Bars program. In particular, the investment in a full-time equivalent worker to be hosted by an NGO to work alongside Council to create a program for licensed venues, including an accreditation scheme and bystander training. It should be noted that while this project can get underway with the funding available, there will be further costs beyond the salary of one FTE role, and the initiative will need longer-term funding commitment to ensure it can be sustained beyond 3 years. A Safer Bars accreditation scheme is something that Respected has researched, designed and advocated for 10 years. We've undertaken research, including reviewing the model of the Arizona Safer Bars Alliance and other accreditation schemes for social and environmental causes. An accreditation scheme for bars would include the following components. So firstly, that bars ensure that staff are trained in sexual harm prevention, including bystander intervention. That bars have policies and procedures in place to prevent sexual harm, ranging from codes of conduct for staff and patrons. They would have those codes of conduct, and also practical safety initiatives, such as things like phone chargers to enable customers to find a safe ride home. And finally, that bars commit to city safety more broadly, so by participating in collaborations and local initiatives, such as the police-led Don't Guess the Yes campaign and the Pōneke Promise. While at this stage, the scope of that project is focused on hospitality venues, after initial design and trial within the sector, the accreditation scheme could be expanded to include other kinds of businesses and organisations citywide. It's necessary to note that alcohol-related harm in and around hospitality venues is only one way that sexual harm plays out, and largely, though not exclusively, affects a particular demographic, so roughly 18 to 30-year-olds. Sexual harm happens to people of all ages and all demographics. It happens in workplaces, in education settings, and a large proportion of sexual harm happens within homes and, devastatingly, to children. Wellington must address all of this harm. The Pōneke Promise is a great step forward for Wellington, and it is imperative also that the Promise and associated initiatives are not the only areas in which the Council increases its funding in sexual harm prevention and response. Alongside all new investment in sexual harm prevention, there must be new investment in those services that support survivors of sexual harm and investment in services that work with those that do harm. When we increase public discourse on sexual harm, which we must do in order to prevent it, we have to recognise that this can trigger trauma responses in survivors of harm and lead them to seek help. Those who have done harm or might do harm may also seek help to change their own behaviour. We want to encourage this. And if we are leading these conversations, then we have to take responsibility to ensure that support services are appropriately resourced to respond. So finally, ending sexual harm in Pōneke is possible. It requires the coordinated effort of key stakeholders with leadership and resourcing from local government. It is only through working together and reaching agreement between government, tangata whenua, local communities and specialist sexual violence prevention organisations that we will see real progress towards a shared goal of Pōneke as a sexual harm-free city. Cool, I can take questions.
Oh, kia ora. So we've got Pātai from Councillor Fitzsimons.
Cool.
Yeah, kia ora Fiona, and thanks for all your work. It's incredible. Hey, look, I was just wondering if you can give us a sort of example of the types of things that you would cover in the training for bar staff around their role in reducing sexual harm and bystander intervention, just like in a practical sense, because I think we've heard, it's in the paper, we're very committed to it, but I think it's quite interesting to hear just in a practical sense, just a couple of examples of something that we can grasp that you would do in this area that will make a difference.
Yeah, so when we run training with bar staff, we focus on educating them around what sexual harm looks like and how they might recognise that in the bar. So often it's about what signs they should be looking out for and how they can recognise those situations before the harm has actually occurred. So something they need to be concerned about and training them to step in at the earliest possible moment. So the earlier that you step in, the easier it is and the less dangerous it is. And then we teach them strategies on how they can step in really safely and effectively. A story that's always really stuck with me that I heard from some staff in a bar once when I was running training was a staff member who said he was working at the bar and there was someone who kept coming out to the bar and kept ordering 2 shots of vodka and 2 shots of water and then taking those over to a young woman sitting somewhere else in the bar. And this bar staff just sort of thought, like, that's really weird. You know, like, sure, people can order water in a shot glass if they want to. That's not against the rules, but that's really weird. And he picked up on this and realised that what this guy was doing was drinking 2 shots of water himself and giving this woman the vodka, and she thought that he was drinking as well. And so he was able to step in and intervene in that situation before the serious harm had happened. And so that was I thought that was a really good example that's always stuck with me of a bar member being really proactive. Yeah.
Ngā mihi mai aha ki a koe, Fiona. Thank you so much for coming to share with us, and those practical examples do really help us understand the difference that it can make. So thank you for the amazing mahi you do, and keep doing it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to welcome Alicia Amohia, Rabea Inatala and Harita Gandhi from Wellington branch of National Council for Women New Zealand, Wellington branch, and Wellington Alliance Against Sexual Violence. So no mai kia koutou, welcome, and I'll hand over to you guys and you can figure out who's speaking when. So you've got 10 minutes.
Kia ora, Councillor Day, morena koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alicia, and with me today I have Harita and Rabea. I want to quickly mihi to Sophie, Kate, and Fiona. Thank you for your kōrero, fully 100% everything that you've 100% support everything you've said. So as Councillor Day said, we are from the Wellington branch of the National Council of Women. I also serve on the exec for the Wellington Alliance Against Sexual Violence, and will be speaking on behalf of them today too. So we're here today because we would like to see the Wellington City Council commit to the Convention of eliminating all forms of discrimination against women. This commitment involves applying a gender lens to all policy and decisions. And while us three cannot claim to represent the perspectives of all wahine and Aotearoa today, we want to acknowledge that this Pōneke Promise program is a really positive opportunity to make real cultural and infrastructural change in Wellington and make the city safer for everyone, but particularly women. Both the National Council of Women and the Wellington Alliance Against Sexual Violence are encouraged by the fact that this program was enacted so quickly after the Let Us Live rally and the community-driven campaign that was launched in March. We're pleased to be part of the sexual violence prevention stakeholder group and to have a strong working relationship with Council and other relevant stakeholder representatives. The Sexual Violence Prevention Action Plan is a really great start with many recommendations that we support. However, we would advocate for the Wellington City Council to think higher and develop a strategy for eliminating sexual violence and to unite initiatives in this way. The Pōneke Promise doesn't completely satisfy this task. It touches on many important issues such as alcohol harm reduction and community spaces, which do overlap with the topic of sexual violence, but also don't in many areas. The nature of sexual violence deserves its own strategy so that the community can address the issue as a whole, but also so that the council can establish their role and responsibility in tackling the issue. Also, the Pōneke Promise was born out of an alliance and a campaign that set out to target sexual violence first, and this must be respected and acknowledged. We wanted to comment on the intention to hire a full-time staff member to develop a hospitality accreditation scheme that Fiona just mentioned. We envision that the staff member would be more effective strategizing around the Wellington City Council's approach to sexual prevention as a whole, and the accreditation process in the hospitality industry would be just one part of that role. Finally, we want to commend the report Designing for the Safety and Wellbeing of Young Women in Central Wellington, and how it begins to address that safety and security and sexual violence is a gendered issue. So far, the approach to handling this issue has been largely led by women with a high level of engagement and consultation with women, which we want to acknowledge is a really positive approach, and we're really pleased to see that. As sexual violence is a gendered issue, incorporating understandings of gender and how people of different genders engage with public spaces is vital. There are plenty of international research reports and proposals around feminist urban planning and feminist environmental design, and we recommend that the Wellington City Council uses and references these to apply an evidence-based gender lens to decisions being made around changes to the city. We believe that there is grounds for a working group to address the needs of women in Wellington. This group would be made up of council staff, councillors, and stakeholders with an interest in gender issues and gender equality. There are plenty of issues, some of which are included in the Pōneke Promise, but not all, that need a devoted gender lens to fully and authentically address the issues that Wellington wahine face. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Happy to take any questions.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Alicia. That was very clear and very helpful. Councillors, are there any pātai? No, it looks like you've been in, oh, hang on, we've got Councillor Pannett. He's put a hand up. Kia ora.
Oh, look, thank you for your amazing work. So can I ask the same question that I asked the previous submitters, which is around the gendered nature of this violence, and really how you would see us acting as an institution to undermine the structures which uphold that violence against certain people?
Kia ora for your question. That's a really great question. And I think the approach that we've started now with consulting with stakeholders such as the Wellington Alliance Against Sexual Violence, Thursdays in Black, Respect Dead, these groups have been around for a really long time, doing this research and implementing initiatives and training people on the ground for decades, as Fiona mentioned. I think these groups have many of the answers, and I would love for the council to really strengthen that relationship and make sure that any design decisions are made in partnership with those groups. I think the council also has a role to play in terms of public messaging and upholding the kind of values that we want Wellington citizens to have when they're behaving in the city and living their lives. It was, if all councillors are very public figures, and so any kinds of messaging and personal values that can be displayed that would role model the behaviour that we need to encourage to undermine those systemic issues would be a plus, I think.
Well, got a pātai from Councillor Paul.
Oh, Mōrena koutou. I thought that was a really interesting point you made about the rally was about sexual violence first and foremost. And I just wondered, because the narrative is so tangled between the different complex issues going on in the city, could you just talk a bit about why those need to be separate and maybe the danger of not separating clearly those issues for tackling sexual violence?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yes, so sexual violence in itself is a problem that, as we've mentioned, overlaps with things like homelessness and alcohol abuse, but they are also very separate issues and have separate, different origins, different causes, different reasons for occurring in the community, and different systems upholding them and contributing to them, which means in turn that there are different solutions. And the danger with confusing those problems and then confusing the solutions means that we don't directly target the causes, and we see problems spin out in different ways and begin to affect different groups in ways that we hadn't seen before. So yeah, that separation is vital for long-term sustainable solution.
Tēnā koutou, Rabea, Alicia and Harita. Thank you so much for coming and sharing with us today, and for the mahi that you do with both National Council of Women and Wellington Alliance Against Sexual Violence. Thank you for bringing your experience and your thoughts about how we can strengthen what we're doing. So thank you. Kia ora. All right, councillors, members, we're going to move on to item 2.1. So we've got the petition that Khandallah Summer Swimming Pool remains open until the end of the Easter holidays. And I'm going to invite John McGrath, who I can see I could see before. Are you there, John? So John's going to introduce his e-petition, and hoping that.
All right, can you hear me, Chair?
Yes. So John, you've got 5 minutes, and if there's any time for questions within that 5 minutes, councillors and the Mayor and our member Liz Kelly might have a question for you. So I'll hand over to you, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Chair, Mayor Foster and councillors. It's a real privilege to present this petition, not just on behalf of Khandallah residents, but all the residents of the northern suburbs who really value their prized asset in the summer pool in Khandallah. The only problem we have is, while it's a summer pool, it's actually not really open, we believe, in what is Wellington's summer. This all started when my daughter asked me a simple question in March last year, why we couldn't go to the swimming pool when we were having a lovely run of summer weather, and I just had to answer her that it was closed for the summer, and she was asking why the pool was closed when Wellington has its finest weather, and I was unable to answer it. We started a petition, It was the most popular petition on the Khandallah Community Notice Board last year. It received support the whole way from Crofton Downs to Niall to Johnsonville. I looked at the Wellington City Council website, and it is probably the most popular single suburb or localised petition over the last 10 years that didn't have a citywide impact. So there's huge community support for a simple solution to change the opening hours. We're not asking for additional money or resources, and we recognise that these are very tight financial times for council. We're not looking for preferential treatment against other suburbs or other facilities. We believe we have a simple solution, is to delay the opening of the pool for 3 or 4 weeks in December, when it is very underutilised, when the weather is very unsettled in Wellington and summer hasn't arrived, and to move that time slot to the end of summer when the pool is at peak usage, where the weather is settled and where we believe it would have far more benefits to the community. So we believe our solution is cost neutral, simple, and meets community wishes. We get that it's not the greatest issue. We get that there are far bigger issues that council has to face at the moment, but we believe this is a simple solution to a simple problem. We don't want it tied to the longer term CapEx investment programme. We believe that this can be progressed quickly and effectively this summer, without having to be tied to the long-term future of the pool. So we absolutely support the long-term future of the pool too. Yeah, so look, I suppose in very simple terms, I worked at council for 15 years. Look, I know that this council has a massive job running the city, but I also know that council works at its best, at its most dynamic, and is most appreciated by the communities when it's able to respond flexibly and nimbly to community wishes. And I think that's what we're simply asking here for council to respond effectively and efficiently and flexibly to massive community demand or community wishes. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, John.
Questions.
Kia ora, John. Thank you. Thanks for that. Councillor Sparrow, have you got a pātai?
Yes, I do. Yeah, thanks for that, John. Just one question. If I recall correctly, you were asking for it to be open till Easter. That's quite specific because Easter does range considerably. What about end of March or early April, which I think ties in with the dates that the Thorndon pool is open till?
Absolutely, Councillor. We are totally flexible as to what that date might be. Easter could be till the end of April, I accept that, and probably the weather has gone far beyond outdoor swimming by late Easter time. If council was able to move to the end of March or some appropriate date around that point, the community would be absolutely delighted to engage with council on that point.
Thank you. Pātai from Councillor Pena.
Thanks, John. Nice to see you again. Look, you've written lots of these kinds of papers before, so I was just kind of interested in your response to officers' response to your petition saying that there wasn't so much demand. Are you basically saying if we open it for longer, the people will come and use it, the facility? Absolutely, Councillor. If you build it, they will come, except we're not asking you to build anything. The response to the notice on the Khandallah Community Notice Board and in Johnsonville and the whole way to Niall and Crofton Downs indicates that there is absolutely big support for just not extending the opening hours, but changing the opening hours. I can't understand why officers would be reluctant, as we have, provided a simple, cost-neutral solution. And then the test is in the hands of the community. They have asked with significant voice to change the opening hours. And I think usage would demonstrate that their wishes will be, that they'll uphold that voice.
Thank you. We have come to the end of the 5 minutes, but with the leave of the meeting, can Mayor Foster please ask a question? Looks like everyone's okay with that. Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Chair, and John, nice to see you as well. Just thinking about that in terms of the opening hours. Once you get to school being back, have you given any thought to whether there's a different distinction between daytime and sort of the early afternoon when there would be, certainly the children would be out of school?
Absolutely, there is So I suppose first, there's two parts to that question. Firstly, schools are still in situ in early December when the pool is open day after day, and it is actually soul destroying. I go walking and running on Cowcow quite a bit, and to pass the pool and see the lifeguards looking at empty, on a cold, cloudy day, looking at an empty pool right through school hours. Yes, we would be open to differentiated hours right through March, after school on weekdays or at weekends. There are imaginative solutions here whereby you could use the 3 weeks funding in December to probably stretch over 4 or 5 weeks or even 4 weeks through March. But yes, we get the point that kids are back at school. You could open from 3 to 6 or 3 to 7, and then at weekends or variously. But remember, the pool isn't just for kids either. Adults actually appreciate the fact that there is quiet time, while the kids are at school. So maybe a couple of hours from 1 to 3 for adults, and then for children during school hours. So maybe half days on weekdays and full time at weekends.
Thanks, John.
Tēnā koe, John. Thank you very much for the work you've done here with the community and for bringing this to us today. We appreciate that you've taken the time to do something to respond to a need you've seen. So thank you. Kia ora. What I'm going to do now is hand over to Matt Bialy just to quickly introduce the paper, and then we will move on. We'll see if there's any other questions that need to be answered, and then move on to debate. So Matt, are you there somewhere? Kia ora.
Morena, everyone. Thank you, John, for your petition. I'd like to say that first. We have completed analysis over the last 4 years. We've got data going back further, but actually looked at, the last, with climate change, the impact of summer has been felt, we've thought 4 years prone. We have obviously in the report some graphs just around the average visitation, the average temperature, to take into account the request out to April. I'd also just like to note that there's a paper due back, I thought it was October, but maybe November now, because of the forward program around the options of Khandallah Pole. And just to remind you all of what that was, it was to report back on high-level options for improvements, resilience, operating equipment, facilities, including heating the pool and extension of the operating period. And that paper is, with the consultants, quite far progressed, so that paper will be due back in either October or November, depending on the forward program. I suppose the key points for me is that in December, we do have a lot of schools that come, and John is right, there are times where it is quiet, but there's also throughout the year when it is open, there's days when it's quiet, and that the visitation really does drop off from the beginning of February, and the school time does play a big impact on that. There's a couple of other questions that got asked at the pre-meeting. One was just around the catchment. So what would it look like in terms of fairness across different communities? We did do some mapping work that showed that actually without Thornton Pool open, it's recognising for the individual community, there's further distance to drive. The entire community is still captured within a 6 kilometre range, which is our sort of norm for most places within the city. I'll take the paper as read if there's any questions, happy to answer.
We do have one partai from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Matt. Now, we the elected members requested a report back in around about February, I believe, as part of the long-term plan discussions, for a report to be presented to us before we finalise the LTP. And noting that obviously there was about long-term investments, but also the ongoing sort of early improvements that could be made to the pool. Can you tell me why there's a delay? Because, you did come back and ask us for more time, and we said, okay, October, we'll accept that. But now you're saying November. And I'm just concerned that this, I think as the petitioner said, can we make some changes prior to the start of the new season? So if we are waiting now till November, it's, if we wanted to make some changes to the upcoming season, it does seem to be that we're being left with very little time to be able to make those decisions.
I can actually answer that really
suppose-
quickly because it's a scheduling issue with the committee around managing our workload. So having it at the end of October wasn't going to work with the other committees that we had that same week. So that's not an officer issue. That was something that elected members yesterday worked out. We didn't want to have a week with 2 committees and a council meeting in 1 week. So it's only been moved by a week.
So if the report comes back to us in early November, are you flexible enough to make any adjustments to that current season than what's currently planned?
We'll have some flexibility. I suppose there was a question that did get, a couple of questions that got asked on the paper, which the response was provided to, and one of them is just around the resourcing. So with Khandallah Pool, the lifeguards generally come from university students during the university holidays. So if we were looking at options, I don't believe we've been in a position to go for full week utilisation outside of the current season at this point. It's very difficult to recruit at this point in time, like a lot of the places, retail, hospitality and lifeguards with the very low unemployment, but they're filling weekend shifts and later in the afternoon shifts is probably easier with part-timers. Again, a lot of our staff in the lifeguard space are students, whether they be university and some high school students.
So we could look at split shifts or whatever, because I know this was raised several years ago and we did get the opening hours, extended to not finish at 5 o'clock, but I think go through to 6 or 7 to allow people to go after school or work. So is there some more, so you envisage that there will be some flexibility, especially where resourcing is potentially available?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, just checking, looking at timing, we've got about less than 15 minutes till we're meant to be having morning tea, and then we really need to get on to Pōneke Promise after morning tea. So just thinking if your question really is applying to this, Deputy Mayor Free.
Yes, I just wanted to talk again about the equity issue. I think you said actually Thorndon Pool, but did you mean if Khandallah Pool wasn't there, all of the current catchment would be within 6 kilometres of some?
Yes, apologies if I said Thorndon. Yep. Yes, or Korori. So you've got Korori and also Thorndon. So the 3 of them within a 6 kilometre will fill that catchment that is Khandallah.
So they would be within 6 kilometres of an alternative pool, whatever that might be. Okay.
Yep. Which is standard for a lot of the region, for the city.
Okay. My other question was about charging. Is it the same price to go to Thorndon Pool as to one of our other pools?
It's 50% off price. It's half the price.
So it is a bit cheaper. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Foster.
Because it's not heated. So Matt, the report you're going to come back with in November will be about the capital program, but also we'll look at the flexibility around how we actually deliver and when the pool is open.
It does cover that. We can cover that information. Good. But it's
and it would just be useful. I mean, the graph was very useful, but it'd be good to just see if there's any differentiation in terms of the hours. If you can give us, obviously you've got underlying information about when people do come, when they don't come, when schools come, when they don't come. That would be helpful, that we actually know that we're delivering value for money whenever it is that it's open.
Yep, I can add that.
Thank you.
All right, well, it looks like those are all the partai that we have for that paper. So thank you, Matt, for introducing and answering our questions. So what we're going to do is we're going to move on to debate, and I understand that Councillor Calvert is going to move the paper.
Yes, and I'm happy to move that we accept this petition. I think it's a strong voice coming from the local community about their feelings about Khandallah Pool, but also wanting to make it workable for many people in the community. And whilst it has its name Khandallah, it does service a wide range, and I think it's relevant to note that it's the only outdoor pool left bar Thorndon in the city. And it's the only pool in a park-like setting. so that it is part of a wider recreation area of that here. It's easy to get to. There's a good bus route, there's a good train route, and actually it's a city asset because of its unique attributes. And it's for those who may not know, it's 100 years old in January 2025. So it's heritage. For those who like heritage, but anyway, it's stood the test of time. It does need upgrading. It hasn't had a lot of love in recent years. It doesn't have a proper management plan. We do need to see that coming through from officers in a positive way, to see that we can have the pool for another 100 years. We do need to seriously look at those operating hours. We were able to get some minor adjustments done. But just in terms of the facilities there's no hot water. The changing sheds are pretty much like they were in the 50s. Yeah, we really need to sort of look at how we invest, but how we not only do the long-term planning around it in terms of the pool, but also the short-term improvements that can be made, such as those talked about by John McGrath. So I'm going to move that we accept the paper, and also just noting that it is really important that this report comes to us. It's already been delayed, and we really can't accept any further delays for something that, at least in part, could be quite minor in terms of recommendations and suggestions to us. So with that, I'm moving. I understand Councillor Day is seconding. Yeah.
So I'm really happy to second. I want to just thank and acknowledge John for bringing this petition. I think it's a really good, the way that you're thinking, John, makes sense. At this stage, I'm comfortable with waiting for the paper in November, because I think actually there does need to be some holistic look at how we approach this, because even if the weather is still, warmish at the early March, which it often is, because I know when my daughter's birthday comes around, often I'm like, oh, the weather's really good, we can do things outdoors for her birthday. But it just still does get a little bit cool, and if the pool just was a bit heated, it would probably mean that the usage would be just that bit better, and then we would really see the benefits of the use. But I am a big fan of Khandallah Pool, having used it since I was young, and I think it is an amazing resource for our community and for our city. And I do think we need to think really carefully about how we work those hours for the way that the community needs to use them. So John, what you've done isn't lost, and we will be keeping that there and watching this paper come back and thinking about how we can make those hours work in a way that the community feels will work for them. And I understand that Councillor Wolf would like to speak now.
Yeah, I'd just like to say a lot of nostalgia having John McGrath present a petition on the Khandallah Pool, which is an iconic venue and facility in Wellington. Very many people from outside of the Onslow Western Whārangi would make pilgrimages to the Khandallah Pool on an annual basis, where and when they can, and there's a lot of memories tied up there. Extending the hours is something that is fair and reasonable, particularly given the last few summers that we have had. I shouldn't bring climate change into it and global warming, because that will bring a smile to Councillor Pennett's face, I'm sure, because it's not probably quite the thing that she'd be looking for. But in that, just a big thank you, John, and yeah, I also endorse both Councillor Calvert's comments and Councillor Day's comments. We really need to get this moving, and sooner the better.
Kia ora. I can see that there is no further debate on this one. Thank you very much, councillors, for your comments. So now that we've got the motion moved and seconded, I ask that you please vote accordingly.
Do I get a right reply?
Do you need one?
I'm just going to mention that very briefly in March, when some of the best weather is, the dogs get to enjoy it the most, because it's dogs and togs. So yeah, I just think it's, perhaps we could have an extra couple of more weeks anyway. But thank you.
Okay, let's vote. Everyone.
Yeah, that's unanimous.
Okay, so that's carried. So what we're going to do, just to make our timing as efficient as possible, because I know we're going to need a bit of time for the Pōneke Promise paper, and that has to finish at 11:30 so that our submissions can start. We're going to stop for morning tea now, and I'd ask if you can come back by 22:11. Actually, maybe we'll just do 10 minutes, and then it gives us more time. So we'll come back at 25:11. So 10-minute break now, and see you soon. Thanks. Kia ora. Good to see people making their way back. Councillors, if you do just turn your cameras on when you come back, if you decide to turn it off again, that's up to you, but it just helps us know who is here and participating, particularly, I guess, you know, when we want to make sure that we have a quorum of people who are participating. I can see that we well and truly have a quorum, thank you. So what we're going to do now is we're going to move on to item 3.1, the Pōneke Promise Safety Initiatives paper. And I'm going to invite Sahai, I can see there, kia ora Sahai, and we've got Jenny Rains and Clara. Clara's not here, she's been reading on this paper, but she's not here today. But Sahai, I'll hand over to you and you can coordinate how you're going to introduce the paper, and then councillors, if you have any questions, remember just put your hand up and we'll go from there. Kia ora.
Oh, tēnā koutou katoa. It's an absolute privilege to be here, but to speak to this paper, to be part of this work and to be part of this incredibly talented team as well. Can I just check to see if one of our teammates is here, Jono Moore, just to make sure that I've got him lined up as well. Jono, can you just wave out or let me know that you're here? Oh, yes, you are.
Yes,
there you are. Thank you very much. Okay, so before we get going, I also wanted to have a minute to acknowledge all of the mahi, all the work that was done prior to the Pōneke Promise launching. There were so many conversations, so many hui, all with a really amazing desire and passion, some of which we heard earlier today, around wanting to look at what practical and tangible interventions we could do as a community and as a city to enhance safety in our city. I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Fitzsimons for being a key instigator and bringing some of our partners to the table and really being a game changer in allowing the partners to put something on the table for us to then help them deliver on. So this is a absolutely purely community driven initiative, and that's probably one of the key points of difference to a lot of the other work that's gone on in the space, is that we've got an active group of partners who are engaged, who are in this model, who come to every month to a meeting and let us know and report back on their initiatives as part of this partnership. I also want to acknowledge our other councillors around the table, Councillor Paul as well, for your work in the community and making sure those key voices are heard. So tēnā koutou. Sorry, one more thing is Moana Maki was a key lead in this program when this was set up, and she put everything together in terms of the people around the table doing the project leads and the initiatives across the business units, and then she handed this this baby over to me to help drive through as she was being diverted elsewhere. So thank you so much for that, Moana. Now, I know that you've all had a chance to read the paper and have engaged with it and have asked some great questions for us to answer. I'd like, instead of going too much into the detail of the paper, rather, and before we take your questions, to give you a showcase, to showcase to you the website that we've been working on, which will help us to illustrate how we are going to be communicating how this work is underway to the wider public in Wellington, and how we can engage at a deeper level with our communities, so that not only they'll be able to see the initiatives roll out, but also they'll be able to give us feedback around their concerns or what they see happening on the ground. So, John, if I could get you just to share your screen with us. Oh, I will say while Jono was doing that, that we've due to this being a Zoom, we actually had prepared to do this in person, obviously, but due to Zoom, we've planned for a plan A and plan B in case the technology does interrupt our flow. So we're going to try to go through a live version, a semi-live version of what we're planning on. But if there's some disruption in the connectivity, we've got a plan B of going to screenshots and how we illustrate that. Also, I'd like to say that we have been working on getting this website up and running by today. Obviously, as you can appreciate, with the impacts of COVID and the work that's piled onto some of our key members of staff working on this, we've had to sort of wind things down, but we're hoping to get this, well, should get this in 2 weeks' time up and live and sharing this with our communities. So what you're seeing here is well, not the template, but the main landing page that people will be directed to from the Wellington City Council webpage. And if we scroll down, we are really trying to demonstrate the narrative or telling the story of what the Pōneke Promise is about, how it came to being, and some of the background work, as I mentioned before, that gave momentum or an impetus for this work to be put together. So it's an opportunity for us to tell our story. As we scroll down, we have the opportunity here to use the GIS web functionality which Council has, which is a really leading way on being able to illustrate the story of how we're delivering change and implementing these initiatives. So in this space, we've put down pins of where we know there are some troubled areas with regards to dark spaces. We can also, and we'll be doing dropping pins around other problem areas that we know are around, like liquor ban breaches and instances of antisocial behaviour. And I think those pins are just loading up now. Breach of liquor ban and antisocial behaviour. So there people can see in real time that, you know, we have the data, we have the intelligence from our partners that we can pinpoint exactly where things are happening. And as a team, from a project delivery perspective, we can be quite strategic and deliberate and looking at where our initiatives need to be placed to make the improvements and to solve some of those problems. As we move down the website page, or the user moves down, we'll be able to now see how we are approaching the improvements and the initiatives, and where people can start to plan, where people can start to expect to see improvements through the Pōneke Promise project. So here we see, and we've used this example to highlight to you the relocation of the Te Aro Park public toilets. There is where they currently are, and it will give you there some information. A user will be able to click on that space and see the status update through the project of where we're up to in that project overall. We can also then see in the other space there, I think that yellow, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jono, but that's the Te Wahi Awhina space. Now, in that space, users can click on those, can look at the updates, but also we'll be able to have a mechanism whereby we can link off that and show some of the stories or some of the visuals that we have for those initiatives, and also connect in with other partners that are rolling out initiatives in that space as well.
Can I just sort of jump in a bit, Sahai?
Sorry, Jenny. Yes, thank you.
Right. Just to give councillors an overview, the previous slides, we just highlighted some of the data sources that we've got. Over time, we'll be able to populate the map with most of the data sources, and the idea is that it gives everybody a sense of understanding what the problem is, and then these begin to talk about the initiatives that we are addressing those problems. And over time, we see this page being quite busy with lots and lots of initiatives that people can click in right down into the detail. For example, when we're doing the community centre, we aim to have the design brief on there so people can have a look and make some comments and think about that.
Thanks. So then you'll see also, oh, sorry, Jono, but that's okay. We can skip through to here. We had like a little blue outline of where we're planning on relocating the toilets to, so people can actually really visually see what our plans are. And again, this is another, in this space here, people can see, sorry, we're all over the place. People can see in a different sort of 3D effect of the improvements that we're making to that space. Sorry, Jono, I'm just getting you to scroll through. Just down to that 3D angle. Yep, there we go. And people can see, again, it's a dynamic way that people can visualize the work that's being done. We're able to communicate and update this website regularly with, as Jenny said, what part of the process we're in, and people can really literally place those improvements through. So this is the relocation of those toilets. Another one we'll be working on is obviously things like the LED lighting upgrades, street cleaning. So eventually people will be able to see exactly where the improvements are being overlaid with the problem areas that we had visually up before. And then this is one of the key parts of this program is making sure that we have the ability to engage with the public and get some real-time data around what their concerns are and the needs are. So in this space, we're able to get back feedback for where people would like to see further change and drop a pin to let us know of an issue or an area that they are wanting to raise concern on and send that through to us. Now that will be populated in that map there. So John has just demonstrated quickly there how they can drop a pin and that will populate a map, and people can also see other people and where they've placed that. So there's that real-time feedback loop being done. That will obviously get reported back to us in our program structure through the project delivery team, and then we'll find, we'll go through the mechanism of that formal program structure to find solutions and address those concerns, and we can report back to the public on that. So in essence, that's kind of where we're at right now. We're really hoping, so in a couple of weeks' time, we're going to be doing this in a staged way, in a very careful way, so that we can build in the improvements and be able to test this channel through so that we can get it right. But this is, we're really excited about being able to communicate it with the public at this level, and really be able to illustrate how the Pōneke Promise will make a difference in a long term. And that's probably also a key point, is this is a long, I was talking to Jenny before, and we were saying this is a long game. There's a lot of things happening in here. Obviously, I've just shown you some physical changes that are going to be taking place, but as you've heard, there's some not so tangible things like the sexual harm reduction programs of work that will be able to be mapped out here as well, so people can see how these different parts of the puzzle come together so that they can make a picture that is a safer city in the long term. Jenny, did you want to add anything to that? You're on mute. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, kia ora. So thank you very much for that. It's helpful to see what you've been working on there, and we do have one pātai at the stage from Councillor Pennant.
Kia ora, team. Look, thank you very much for all your work, and obviously thanks to the community who have pushed this. I've got 4 quick questions, hopefully, although they're quite big questions, potentially. The joint venture on sexual and family violence, because there's a reference to it in one of the recommendations, is that functioning well at the moment?
Councillor Pennant, I'll get one of my team, Amy Bird, to answer that for me.
Kia ora koutou. So the joint venture have just finished their national consultation for the preparation of their national strategy to eliminate family violence and sexual violence, and they're really powering to try and land that strategy by the end of the year. So we're all looking, and I know the sexual violence prevention sector are looking with great interest to see what comes out of that. So I can't really comment on how well it's functioning. I know I went to one of the consultations and I was pleased to see how much of the previous work that's been done across Aotearoa by communities and all the learning that's happened was captured in what they said to us. Okay, this is what you've done already. What do you think government should be prioritising on? So that gave me some hope. But yeah, it's kind of watch this space in terms of it's due to be delivered by the end of the year.
Good. That sounds like good progress. Can I ask about, there's a point about the cultural change that you'll be looking at. What does that look like? Because kind of put a challenge to you, is now being recognised that there is structural racism. There is also structural sexism from my point of view. And until we address that, all the lighting and rebuilding won't do enough to stop it.
So I'll just quickly touch on that, and then Satai or Amy might have a point. But I guess one of my first points is that we do acknowledge that a lot of these programs are in the time now, and they're looking at prevention rather than the long-term elimination. But I also want to acknowledge that the Pōneke Promise is not seen as a short-term fix. It's seen as a long-term initiative that will affect change quite significantly in the future. And I think these strategic discussions do need to be part of that, and they will be part of that. And this is our starting point. Sahai, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, what I'm quite proud of in this model that we've built is that we will be able to flex and change things, create channels when we see fit to have those constructive conversations and test what we're doing with that strategic lens and focus, so that we can add value or add the emphasis onto any initiative, so that we make sure that we can touch on those points. But I think that we can create, I think that the beauty of this is that, yes, as Jenny said, we're in the initial points of setting this up, the building blocks of setting this up. I think as we go on in the long term and as this program matures, we'll be able to see opportunities for those key conversations and those key stakeholders to be involved in a different level.
Okay, thank you. Next question, will officers support a budget bid for upgrading Courtney Place, and if in the next annual plan, or particularly if we do a change to the LTP?
Sahai, do you want to cover that off?
Maybe, I don't know if Liam's online or if James wants to have a go, but
just thinking about how we connected them with Let's Get Really Moving. So perhaps I'll let James or Sahai answer that one.
Oh, thanks, Jenny. I was going to defer to you. Maybe Vita's just popped in, so she seems to have, but would you be able to jump?
Yeah, I think so. Through Let's Get Wellington Moving, we are looking at the Golden Mile, and that does include upgrades to Courtney Place. So I think you wait and see what the design looks like for that. I think we'll be covering most of the points that you want us to look at.
Okay, Tam and I will talk to you about that offline. And just the last question, Jenny, the issue of the volunteer camera operators continues to be a wound. We were just in a meeting with Inner City Wellington, the Pukehino ward councillors. What can we do to deal with that situation, and I guess just make sure that we are always working in with our community when they want to help out with positive initiatives?
Absolutely, and Sahai and I have been having conversations with Inner City Wellington, and we will continue to do that. And the point of this promise is actually we are able to bring in those key stakeholders, such like as Inner City Wellington, to be part of this discussion. So, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yeah. Before I, sorry, can I just add another point of detail that I forgot to mention when we were on the map before? It's important for us to also note that the data and the information that we're going to be putting on this map will also bring in the data and the information and strategic decisions around Let's Get Wellington Moving or big strategic programs. So they're not working or operating in silos. Everything's always going to be quite connected so that people can see how one thing affects the other, or any interdependencies that come in throughout the life of this program. Just another point of detail. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm just looking at time, councillors, and seeing how many questions we have, hands we have up. Obviously, we've had a chance to ask questions related to the paper already, and I'm just aware that it's important that your questions questions that needed to be asked to help your vote today. If the questions and roundabout things, then let's do that at another time. I don't want to put people off from asking questions, but if we go too much longer, we won't start the debate till 4 o'clock, because we have to stop for our submissions. So it's just giving some context around that. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Councillor Day. And it's just in response, because I know there's some questions asked, but I'm just wonder whether officers have really considered whether they've got enough business representation. I know they've got the Chamber of Commerce, which is a membership organisation there, and Hospitality New Zealand. But obviously there's a retail aspect, and you referred to Retail New Zealand being a membership organisation, when I don't, First Retail is not, from my understanding. It is a private company contracted to council that provides some services to council. So I would like you to, would officers consider whether they have got enough representation from the retail sector, and perhaps an organisation is not directly connected also with Let's Get Welly Moving as well, because I think that could raise some issues there. So, Sahai, would you, is that something that you could look at?
Certainly. I think, again, another exciting part of this program is that now that we've established the partners in an MOU, which allows us to have that the principles of our agreement, we can look to onboard and are looking to onboard for opportunities to onboard other organisations such as other retailers. And we've been in touch with other organisations already who are interested in being a part of the program, or certainly being around the table. Yep.
What I'm flagging is I don't see First Retail as a partner. I see them as an agent of ours. So in this relationship, so I'm just asking, was that something that you would look at?
So did you want me to reconsider First Retail's membership specifically, or just look at other opportunities?
I think we can take that offline, but I just would giving you an answer. And then the other thing is that I know you have an MOU with certain organisations, but there's a separate relationship with central government agencies. How can you display, or how can you articulate that to give us a sense of confidence that central agencies are also going to be required to do their bit, because in part they have created some of the issues that we have at the moment? Not solely, but they have been a big part of it.
I might just hand over to Jenny in the first instance, just to talk about the work that they've been doing, her team's been doing with government agencies, and then I can talk about a different space in that, a different matter in that space. So
Yeah,
Jenny?
thanks. And certainly, Councillor, recognise that they do need to be part of this discussion. But many of those agencies are already part of strategic relationships and discussions we are having. For example, Capital Coast, MSD and HUD are all part of the strategic leadership group for our homelessness cross-sector program, and that is quite a significant group that do take on board a collective approach to addressing homelessness or addiction or others issues that are coming up and down. So, and we also have a strong relationship with the MSD and around what they do and how they support the initiatives on the ground. And then I'll just leave it to Sahai, because I think we recognise we've got all those in place, but how do you bring it all together into one place like the Pōneke Promise?
Yeah, and I think that in looking at the questions and certainly potentially an amendment, I think there's absolutely scope and space for us to create either a separate government agency focused channel within the model, or bring them in with a different looking MOU. But I think at the heart of it, we need to make sure that all the agencies around the table, whether government agency or community organisation, need to be able to sign up to the MOU, sign up with an initiative, and help us or create a way that we can collaborate together to get those initiatives underway.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. I'll be real quick. I've got two parts. The first one is just around looking at the focus and partnership between men who commit violence against men and men who commit violence. So where do Mosaic and Wellstock kind of fit in with this program? Because I'm just conscious that the people at the table, and they do good prevention work as well. And then my second question was, the Youth Hub isn't due until 2026. What kind of space are we providing? Are we looking to an extension to go beyond Monday to Friday to kind of enable Zeal and others to have maybe an activated space for young people, given that's 5 years away?
So I'll answer your second question first, then I'll hand over to Amy to answer the second one. So we anticipate the Youth Hub will be up and running early next year, but we have funding for 6 years. And the context was that the library, the new space, won't be operating till then. So that's a good thing. And then I'll just let Amy answer the question around Respect to Ed and Mosaic.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you for that question. So yes, we'll be reaching out to Wellstock as part of our engagement of the sexual assault prevention and intervention specialist services. So yeah, please be assured that that will be happening, because working with understanding what the issues are in terms of offending is such an important part of the culture change that we're seeking in terms of preventing sexual violence. So please be assured that's very much part of the picture. And in terms of men as victims, I think that the whole idea of the Sexual Violence Prevention Action Plan is to really map out that very systemic understanding of how sexual violence happens and who is affected, and what the interventions are, what how council fits in with that, and the work with our partners. So men's experience of violence, sexual violence, trauma, men and trauma, need to be considered as part of that process, as well as acknowledging, that what we understand to be the case, that very strong gendered nature of particular kinds of violence as well. I don't know if does that answer your question?
Cool. Thank you, councillors. That's all the questions that I can see here. Thank you very much, Sahai and team, for your and Jono for showing us through the website and for your introduction. Thank you, Jenny and Sahai, for answering questions, and Amy. And we will now move on to debate. So thank you.
Kia ora.
Thank you, kia ora. So I'm going to move this paper today, and I've got Councillor Young going to second, and then I know there are another couple of people who I know want to speak to this, but I'm going to get underway quickly because we've got half an hour, so we're going to do it. So I'd just like to begin by thanking everybody for the mahi they have been doing on this. There has been mahi happening for a long time. This goes back well beyond this year. Last year, these issues and challenges have been building in the city and in our country and in society over a long period of time. I guess for us in Pōneke, we've seen escalation of challenges over the last couple of years. Actually, even last traineum, I remember Councillor Fitzsimons when she was first elected, 2017, she came in and boom, we were having conversations around exactly what we've been hearing about today. So it goes back quite some time, and I do want to, with that, acknowledge Councillor Fitzsimons for coming in and being steadfast and pushing and asking these difficult questions, and with it bringing community to council. And I could see that at the end of last year, that kind of desperation that Councillor Fitzsimons had of, come on, we need a formalised response, we need to make sure that the community have a voice and are able to say what they think needs to happen. And then I also within that want to acknowledge Councillor Paul, who has done an amazing job with some pretty impressive young women, and I know there are men in there who are supporting us as well, but to really raise the voice and the challenges that rangatahi are facing around sexual violence. And the rally in March was a really great way to show that actually this is serious and we need to respond. And so I feel like there's been a whole lot of things that have kind of come together that mean that we've had this response from council. And I want to thank Moana and Sahai and others, Jenny, and there's many staff behind this who I know feel really vested in making sure that this works and making sure that this is very much focused on community and community having the opportunity to speak and ask for things that we need to make our city as safe as it can be. So I think I just want to speak to the fact that we've got a couple of amendments in the substantive. We've got 3, and so one of them I'm putting forward around making sure that we have youth organisations represented in the governance group. I don't want to determine what that is at the moment because I know there are so many youth organisations and we need to talk with them and work out how we make sure that voice comes through. But Councillor Paul will be able to speak to this with much more authenticity than I can, but the challenges for young people in the city are different, and we know that through Pōneke Promise this is multi-faceted. It's trying to deal with lots of different aspects of people feeling safe in the city. So sexual violence is one, but we also know violence in general and just people feeling safe and how the environment provides that is really important. So that's that particular amendment, and then I'll let Councillor Paul and Councillor Fitzsimons speak to theirs, which I also support because it's important that we make sure that we're thinking of every possible way we can to improve the safety of people in the city. I want to acknowledge too the success of Te Wāhi Āwhina. That was the first response that council put out to this process, and it has been hugely successful, and that really is because partnership has been at the base of it. And I think that this Pōneke Promise is going, yep, let's keep building on that model. Partnership is where we need to be. We need to be working together, and yes, we need the government agencies in there, and we need we need as much support as we can from everyone. The community space is going to be really important when that opens up soon, and obviously the youth hub, we've been asked for that many times since the library and readings have closed. I also want to acknowledge the importance of the grants committee in this process, because obviously many of these organisations we support with funding, and it's really important that the grants committee is able to hear from these organisations and be connected. So we'll be making sure that that is well connected into this process. There is so much more I could say, but I know that there are others who can speak to this and will soon. But I just want to finish with a quote that Murray Edridge, our City Missioner, shared with some of us a couple of days ago. And it's a quote from Father Greg Boyle. And it says, "You stand with the least likely to succeed until success is succeeded by something more valuable, kinship. You stand with the belligerent, the surly, and the badly behaved until the bad behaviour is recognised for the language that it is, the vocabulary of the deeply wounded and of those whose burdens are more than they can bear." And so I think what that really is a reminder to us that the Pōneke Promise is for everyone. It doesn't excuse bad behaviour and things that it shouldn't happen, but it reminds us of the complexity that we are working with in this setting. So I think it's important for us to remember that. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Councillor Young to second, and then I can see I've got some speakers lined up. So over to you, Councillor Young.
Thank you. Well, we all know the Te Aro area is a real problem, and the statistics in this morning's Dom Post really spelled it out in a very chilling, horrifying kind of way. I walk through there most days, often several times, so I know what it's like at first hand. And I'm familiar with those dark spaces because that's where I walk, that's my route home. So I do avoid it at night, which is tricky when returning from arts events, for example, at the Michael Fowler Centre. It's only 1 kilometre from my house, but my siblings insist that at night time I must take a taxi home. Council has, however, listened, and we're really taking action, working with myriad organisations across the city. So I endorse all Councillor Day's comments. Thank you, Jill, and also Sahai, who has done so much work on this. I'm not going to repeat all the thanks because we have a limited amount of time. However, I would just like to single out the wonderful, unflappable Jenny Rains, who has been fantastic, who responds to all my frantic text messages as I'm walking along the street about issues that I see. I'd like to thank Moana Maki, who has put so much work into this. And I'd also like to thank Councillor Fleur Fitzsimons for her leadership in organising all those meetings at cafes around Te Aro Park. I have enormous, and I would just like to say, if you're walking past the community centre in Manor Street, do pop in and say hello. We've got a really good team there, and it's fun watching. They've got the brightest office with all that bright green furniture. That's really it from me. I have enormous pleasure and pride as a councillor and as a local resident in seconding this paper. Thank you.
Kia ora. Now I'm going to hand over to you, Councillor Paul. Kia koe te rako.
Oh, cool. All right, keeping it quick. Ngā mihi o te wā Mahuru Māori. I just want to mihi to, first of all the Black and Indigenous, trans, disabled and rainbow activists who have put in a lot of mahi in this area and have really pioneered action against sexual violence on the ground in Pōneke. I just want to acknowledge their mahi. I want to acknowledge all the young people who rallied in Courtney Place on a really horrible, awful day in March, who demanded for a safer city, but most importantly, action against sexual violence. Thank you for raising the flag on this, for getting national and TV coverage on this issue. I want to acknowledge Councillor Fitzsimons, not only because when I was the Vice President, I heard lots of stories about her activism and mahi against sexual violence in tertiary spaces when she was the Vice President, but also because when I was the Vice President, so that's the Student Association, she used to always come and visit me and tell me to agitate on this issue, and she was key in funding Sex Week, which is now an annual event at Victoria University, which is all about teaching about consent and all the different important things. So there's no denying that Councillor Fitzsimons has been just a massive beacon of hope in this area for Wellington as well. I echo Councillor Young's thanks to the officers, particularly Moana Maki for getting it going, to our CEO for taking it seriously, and to Sahai as well for picking it up. It's awesome having Wahine leading in the space. All I'll say is that I worked on the report that was mentioned this morning, so that as New Zealand's first and only prevalent study into sexual harm in the tertiary communities, which found that 1 in 3 tertiary students, not just women, but tertiary students will experience sexual harm during their time at university or polytechnic, and that was in 2017, and we know that the rates are getting worse. So this work is welcome, and it's urgent and it's necessary. I think we need my amendment speaks to having an overarching theory of change, just to know that all of the resource and energy that we're putting into tackling this beast is coordinated, and that we have an idea of how we're actually tackling it rather than ad hoc interventions. The only other things I'd raise is that the Know Your Limit and Don't Guess the Yes campaigns are awesome, but I think bystander intervention is a really important tool to tackling all forms of harm, but particularly sexual violence. And my aspiration would be every Wellingtonian having the tools and knowledge to be able to intervene safely in situations they identify as unsafe, and being able to do so in a safe way that protects people. And I also want to thank Councillor Dave for your mahi, always bringing the voice of rangatahi to the helm, because it's really important that the people using the space at times where it's most chaotic are leading these strategies. And I know that because last week when we were deciding on the Courtney Place traffic resolution, there was this comment made that there's like the food side and the drink side of Courtney Place, but actually if you ask a young person and you look at the statistics, most of the fights happen outside J&M's, so like the food side isn't necessarily safe either. And these are things that you can understand and learn if you have young people that use the space in the steering group, not just the people that we traditionally would consider to be stakeholders. So thanks everyone, this is awesome. Thank you Amy, thank you Jala, thank you Thursdays in Black and Respect Ed, and everyone, that's all of the cool people that are keeping this issue moving forward.
Kia ora, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Well, kia ora, and I just want to echo much of Councillor Paul's articulate kōrero there. I too do want to acknowledge the work that's gone into this paper, and that action is now happening. I certainly have confidence in the combination of Sahai Allgard, Jenny Rains and Amy Bird working on this within Council. They're not people that will shy away from hard work or getting things done. So I really am confident that we are going to be progressing these issues. And also just want to acknowledge Councillors Day and Young for their work on this issue for quite some time, but also the role that they're going to play in going to those quarterly meetings of the partners to make sure that this is actually tracking towards action and that we can escalate issues as they arise. I also want to acknowledge Councillor Paul. She has real integrity, and her leadership on this issue has been inspiring to so many young people, and her approach to these issues is one where she goes about building movements, and it is movements of people that will deliver the most durable and effective change. So I really want to acknowledge that your mahi, and the fact that you are inspiring to others, but also focused on building movements. And this has been a movement that's been built over many, many years. I remember as a 20-year-old going to Reclaim the Night marches, which are regularly organised every year throughout Wellington, where a whole lot of feminist women mainly would march in the streets and make a really clear stand that we are reclaiming the nights and that we deserve to be safe. And it is often young feminists that are at the forefront of agitating for change and dreaming for a better Wellington. I particularly want to acknowledge those involved in Nope Sisters, Thursdays in Black, Don't Guess a Yes, Take 10, the Wellington Alliance Against Sexual Violence, and many, many others. But I also just want to acknowledge Paul Retimanu, Matt McLaughlin and Tate Burge, who all work in the hospitality industry in Wellington and have all taken a particular stand and organised their industry to demand better from the council and from public agencies. And I also want to acknowledge Mayor Foster for his leadership. Increasingly, I'm seeing him raise the importance of an inclusive city in everything he says. Whenever he speaks, whenever I go to things that he speaks at, he talks about the importance of inclusion. And that's so welcome from the leader of our city and so needed. But I also just want to acknowledge every fellow councillor here, because change around this table only happens when you get 8 votes. And the Pōneke Promise didn't get 8 votes. It got universal support from all of you. And I just want to really acknowledge that, because that's a wonderful thing for us to be working together on, but it also shows the broad importance and commitment that we have as a council to this issue. I think it's particularly important because it is talking about design, so urban design, creating safe and inclusive and commercial free spaces for people to go to, relocating the toilets, which are the opposite of crime prevention through environmental design, as well as being culturally inappropriate. But it also talks, and I know Councillor Young will be happy about this, about just actually cleaning Courtney Place. But the Sexual Violence Prevention Action Plan also gives me real confidence that this is much deeper than making small kind of urban form changes. It is a deep and enduring commitment. I'm really pleased to see this work progressing well, and I do acknowledge that it doesn't address all of the issues. At the moment, it's a series of initiatives. It needs to be much deeper than that. It needs to drive cultural change. It needs to address toxic masculinity, and it needs to make a real difference in areas like access to drug and alcohol counselling. And that's why I think it's so important that we get central government agencies around the table and that we have high expectations of them. We represent taxpayers in Wellington, and we deserve to be able to access support from central government agencies to address the problems that our city is facing. And I've got an amendment of that nature, which basically says that we talk to and engage with agencies like the Ministry of Social Development to make sure that they come to the table and actually have some skin in the game and really get invested. But also they have expertise, particularly in how you drive change and what social policy initiatives are available for us to access. Because, yeah, we need to not keep admiring the problem, but to actually take active steps to fix it. So thank you, everybody.
Kia ora. Awesome. We're doing well for time. It's 17 minutes past 11, and so we've got to 11:30, so I think we can do this. Over to you, Mayor Foster.
Thank you, and I will again not repeat what others have said, but thank you very much, councillors, for your kōrero so far. But I would just want to echo the thanks to our staff, but also thanks particularly to the councillors who've been named, particularly thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons, Councillor Paul, Councillor Day, but also the one who hasn't been named. I just wanted to also a big shout out to you, Councillor O'Neill, for the work that you do on the ground as a volunteer as well, which I think you're showing us the way you're modelling that behaviour. So I want to thank you for that as well. And also thanks to all the community organisations, some of whom have come here and talked to us this morning, because I think one of the beautiful things that we saw a couple of weeks ago with Ahotini is that that co-creation of a strategy and of a work program, and that is exactly the sort of thing we should do more of. We know that we can do our bit, but we know we can't do everything, and that we need other people, other partners who can do their bit as well. And I think it's by working together that we're going to be able to deliver a fantastic result for our city. I did want to echo the thanks to our partners, and I particularly the business community doesn't often get a lot of love in these kind of things, but I did want to pick up Councillor Fitzsimons, your comments there about some of the leaders in the hospitality sector, and it was great to meet with them. What was it, 4 months ago, or however long it was, when we had representatives of every single major hospitality business in the city, along with us, along with MPs, and to talk about the problem and what we were going to do about it. So I thought that was great. And I also wanted to recognise the police for their work. Councillor Paul, you mentioned J&Ms. I had the pleasure of being out with the police till 5 o'clock in the morning a few weeks back. And sorry.
I saw you out there.
Oh, did you? Oh, well, right, okay.
Didn't want to say hi.
And but they were doing a great job. I thought they, trying to just calm people down and manage, the little gripes. But it was that time. It was J&Ms when there was, 2 gang groups together, and they just got in there straight away, separated them, calmed it all down, and everybody went away without any difficulty. And I thought they were doing a fabulous job there. A couple of things in terms of the urban design work that we're doing. Councillor Pannett, you asked a question about upgrade for Courtney Place. So I think that's precisely the kind of thing which we will see through Let's Get Wellington Moving, as you got in the answer there. And I think if it doesn't cover that, that'll be our fault for not, managing that design. So I'm sure we will do exactly that. I'm really looking forward to seeing some of those dark spaces being addressed. Really looking forward to seeing, for example, some games come back on stream, which will provide life to that part of Courtney Place. And also, I completely agree with all the comments that you made about stepping up the relationships with all of those organisations there. The more that Pōneke Promise can grow with every sector, the stronger it's going to be and the more we can deliver. But I did want to mention that, there's been some great things that were already delivered. We've got, extra housing there, Te Pāpori. We've got a new women's refuge shelter there as well, for sort of 3-month type accommodation. We're doing our bit in terms of the urban design. Te Wahi Awhina, I've dropped in there as well. They're doing a great job as well. It's great to see the looping in of MSD in that, who I think have got a really important role to play. And the hospitality sector stepping up again with the work that they're doing in training and in collaborating together and in working with our CCTV and police. So I think there's a lot of great work to be done. That's been done. A lot of great work still to be done. But I did just want to finish off. And one other thing was I think the tools which are here in this in the work that we've seen, we've got the really powerful tools, the whole digital twin city that we're going to be able to use for so many different things, particularly as we look at our upcoming transport and urban form transformations. That is going to be really powerful, and obviously this is all integrated into that as well. And the final thing to say, I could just completely agree with the comments that you made, is that we're all part of the solution. And your comments, I think, Councillor Paul, about bystander intervention in everything that we do in society, if we're all part of the solution, that's where we'll get somewhere. We can't have authorities, can't have police, can't have council everywhere. But if we're all part of the solution, that's where we'll get a fantastic result for all of us. So thank you very much. Great work, everyone.
Councillors, we've had 3 speak in favour. Is anyone wanting to speak against?
I'm not going to vote against it, but I do have a bit of a concern. So,
okay, we do just have 8 minutes until we've got our first submitter. So I do just request that if you can try and be as succinct as possible with your kōrero, that would be awesome.
Thank you, Councillor Day. I recognise the time constraints, but it is important that we have time for debate. Look, I'm not going to repeat the excellent speeches and all the acknowledgements. I think they are well due, but I would like to say a particular thanks to Councillor Paul and Fitzsimons for their leadership. I guess just my point is that none of this is new, and it's desperately distressing that we even need to have some of these conversations. We've had over 60 years of activism around sexual violence, and it sounds like we're having the same conversation yet again. And I guess the challenge, I think, is to us as an institution is to have that really good theory of change, which Councillor Paul has talked about. The answers that I got to the questions, which I wanted answered in public, didn't perhaps give me the confidence yet that we are there about understanding what is causing some of these problems. Councillor Fitzsimons has helpfully pinpointed some of those, so I appreciate that. But we must get to the cause of sexual violence. All the lighting and redesign will not work. It just won't work because that's not the cause. So I look forward to being, in my role, being part of that solution to making sure that we design our city spaces for inclusion and equality. And so obviously particularly taking a strong interest in how Courtney Place looks, and because that's had such a strong focus obviously on transport, that we actually get a good outcome for equity and an end to all violence.
Kia ora, thank you. You were very quick. Councillor Wolf.
We're getting there. So sorry. Yeah, I would just like to bring up the fact that for this to succeed, it needs absolutely universal support, and I'm so proud that our council are leading this. I just want to endorse the role of our emergency services, and particularly our frontline policing team, with some caution, because I believe our frontline policing team are doing a remarkable job. but one of the partners needs to be police at national headquarters, because I think that if this Pōneke Promise isn't resourced properly, then it could unfold, and that's not what we want. I really believe that in the past, some of our district commanders have been frustrated at the level of support that they've received at national level. So, you know, it's really important that this succeeds, and that we have a complete suite of tools. And yeah, that's something that I really believe needs to happen, and the police are key to that. I also want to thank Sahai, Jenny and Amy. The feedback that I've received over the last probably 6 to 7 months from people in all quarters of the community, and particularly in Te Ara, has been amazing, and particularly from the emergency department at Wellington Hospital, who I believe should be a major partner as well. And I see that's being worked on. So it's a thank you. And yeah, let's move on with this, and let's do it really well. And Fleur and I were just discussing by text Eva McGawley this morning, and you know, Eva would have been front and center with this. I feel her presence, and she would be very, very proud of what we're going to achieve.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Wolf. I wasn't going to write a reply, but I do just want to make sure, because people will be watching and listening, that it's really clear that the police are partners in this. You know, that we have a huge number of groups involved, so they're definitely there, and we're making sure that we're going deep and doing as much as we possibly can. So I'm now going to put this to the vote. Thank you, everybody, for your contributions.
Can I just double check? Was there any amendments or anything included?
So it was just an amended substantive, which they showed up at the beginning, but we've got it coming in, and you can see it there, and those are all officer supported, just so people are clear.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for checking.
And that's unanimous.
Fantastic. Thank you, everybody. I don't quite know how we got the timing so good.
Councillor Day, could we actually record it as such? In other words, take it as a division, so it's
I'd like to take it as a division, so it's obvious. So we'll just.
Thank you.
That works perfectly, because we've got 2 minutes. That gives Sean a chance to.
Well, he knows everybody. He knows it's everybody, so that's cool. It's just a good way of saying we're all in this.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, well, yeah, we've got 2 minutes. We're going to be running a couple of minutes ahead of time. I think we will be best to do those other 2 papers just at the end quickly, or if we end up with a gap, it's possible we could just do it quickly before lunchtime. We could pass those other 2 papers. So we'll get on with our submissions, so that we've got people who are putting aside their time in the day to come, so that they're heard on time. And we do actually have our first submitter here. Which is Raywin Hales from CC's Disability Action Wellington. Actually, sorry, I do need to do something before we start. Sorry, Raywin. Because our meeting goes over 6 hours, I need to do a resolution to extend the meeting beyond 6 hours. Just, it's easier for us to do it now before we get into it. Can I have a seconder for that, please? Oh, Councillor O'Neill, you can do it. You've indicated you support that. So Councillor O'Neill, and then if you could vote on that, please, councillors.
Just waiting on councillors Matthews and Rush.
Have we got the vote from
Councillor Rush looks like he might be away from his computer.
Councillor Matthews, are you able to vote?
May also be away as her video is off.
Okay, I think we'll just, I mean, we've got a very clear majority there. We'll just continue on. Yep. Okay, so apologies about that, Raywin. I thought we were going to run ahead of time, but we did have to do that little bit just to make sure that our meeting is legitimately able to go over time. But welcome, Raywin. Thank you for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today. So you do have 5 minutes. I'm trying to work out how I can indicate to you that you're coming close to the end of your 5 minutes without trying to interrupt you. I don't know if you've got a timer or some way of keeping track of the time at your end, but I'll give you a bit of a wave when we've got a minute to go. And then, yeah, if there's time for questions within that, the councillors will indicate by putting their hand up. You can just keep going. I'll make a note of it. So I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak today. I really want to start off by saying that I really appreciate the consultation that has led to this policy, and that I'm very, very happy to see that some of the content of the conversations of that consultation is reflected in the document. 5 minutes is only enough to hopefully get your attention, particularly around the use and management of public places and footpaths. And I probably won't use the full 5 minutes. Hopefully we'll give you a minute at the end to ask any questions that you may have, as no doubt you have had a look at our submission. So the call for activities and obstacles to be curbside is one of the areas that demonstrates a pressure between the interested parties in this policy. Pulling two previous policies together into one will make it almost impossible for pleasing everyone. My request today is to ask you, as you travel around the city, to look at the placement of parking meters as Wellington City Council trading in public spaces. These demonstrate the silos of work and bring into question the robustness of any policy to provide for desired and lasting outcomes. In this case, creating barriers that make moving around easily more difficult for parents with prams and for push chairs and for people using mobility aids. Consistent, predictable and unobstructed access should be the expected normal. So parking meters. Some are curbside, some are building side, and some, as in Stout Street, are bang in the middle of the pedestrian way. The new solar powered meters in some places are by the building and lean back towards the building, causing people using them to restrict pedestrian flow. One staff person made the comment that the meters had to be moved building side as cars were driving into them and causing damage to both the meters and the vehicles. At least, I suppose, it wasn't a pedestrian getting hit. When this lack of consistency is applied on the streets to street dining, cafe furniture, bike and scooter stands, advertising boards, footpaths become a real maze of barriers to be negotiated. I hear the requests for the street collections to be building side with health and safety given as a reason. Surely this is also a reason for having good sight lines building side for our most vulnerable pedestrians. I'd like to ask that you truly prioritise pedestrianisation for all people on our footpaths and to keep them for pedestrian activity. There are areas of the city where there are veritable forests of sandwich boards, sometimes upright and sometimes blown over. Current policy requires a footpath use licence, which must be displayed, and this is also allows for enforcement. One thing that would support the trading and events in public places policy would be to resource enforcement to ensure that there is compliance in this area. The United Nations Convention for People with Disabilities, Article 9, says that on the fundamental issue of accessibility, the Convention requires countries to identify and eliminate barriers and to ensure that persons with disabilities can access their environment, transportation, public facilities, services, information, communication, and technology. So is this policy going to improve that, or is it just going to remain something that is words on paper with no real meaning in terms of the intent of the policy? The vibrant, diverse, inviting, inspiring city that we live in should offer all activities in the scope of the policy for all people to easily access and to safely enjoy. I'd also like to recommend that work continues to understand how reserves and to town belt spaces will provide predictable, consistent and unobstructed accessible journeys for all people. Thank you for the work that you're doing in this space. There's much more to be done, and hopefully we may have a minute for questions.
Oh, kia ora, Raewyn. You've done very well. You do have about a minute left. Councillors, members, are there any questions? Looks like you've been really clear, Raewyn. Ngā mihi ki a koe. Thank you very much for coming to share your thoughts with us on this policy. We really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. I'm just looking to check if we've got our next submitters. So we are meant to have joining us now. We'll just have a look down the list. Doesn't look like we've got them online yet. Oops. Just messaging to see if they're coming.
Quite enjoyed Sean Rush's dad's dance in the background there. Almost as good as Michael Gove in the Scottish nightclub the other night.
I didn't see it, missed it.
I'm sure Sean will give you a repeat sometime, but preferably we were not all watching.
Don't encourage him, Jill.
You'll get his guitar out.
Watch the live stream. It might become a meme.
Why would I do it if no one was watching? I mean,
that's
right. Crazy. It was in response to Jill's music that came on. It was kind of a funny old dancing thing. So anyway,
it was a funny old dance. It was.
It's my timer.
You can take the boy out of Hastings, but
so the next submitter is former councillor, or is she councillor emeritus, Helene Ritchie. She must know to turn up. I mean, she was on the council for 100 years.
Councillor emeritus, I love it.
Hopefully she'll be here soon.
I was going to say my time at Vic was wasted. Not being on the WCC.
We could quickly do one of those papers.
We could. The challenge is if they turn up and we're kind of really full in flight, then it's a little confusing. But
does anybody want to talk about the action tracking?
Yeah. Right, let's do that. Okay, I'm going to take your suggestion and we'll see what happens. Just bear with me if we suddenly need to stop because things have changed. Sean, are you there? Just to make sure that you're up with the fact that we're going to do one of the other papers.
That's all good.
We will do item 3.2, the action tracking paper. So I'll invite James Robert just to introduce it very quickly and tell us if there's anything we need to know.
Kia ora all. So the action tracking paper pretty much is as presented. A couple of points to notice. There's quite a few actions related to the housing action plan update, which will be delivered on the 4th of November, and also a few around the city housing sustainability paper as well, which is coming back on the 7th of October. There's also a couple of items in there about trading and events in public places policy. Obviously, the consultation has just finished on the 16th of August, and the report will come back with oral submissions on the 7th of October. Sorry, oral submissions today, and the report will come back on the 7th of October. But otherwise, it's open for any questions.
I can't see any hands up.
I can move that we accept it if you want me to.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Matthews. If there's no questions, which there doesn't seem to be, you can move it. I'm happy to second, and we will now vote accordingly.
Boom. There she is. Hello, Helene.
Just waiting on Councillor Wall.
Yeah, we'll just finish this bit.
There we go. That's unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So that's carried, and perfect timing. We now have Helene online. Kia ora, Helene. Thank you for coming to join us today via Zoom. So I understand that to begin with, you are representing the Civic Trust, and it's your time now. So you've got 5 minutes. Can you see all of us when you're looking at this view, on Zoom, Helene? Can you see everybody in gallery view, or are you just seeing one person? To wait for you to turn off mute.
See those of you who are attending.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I'm going to hold up a sign when you've got 1 minute to go. So
But I've got a question.
Yes.
Which is Clive Anstey is to turn up.
He isn't online yet, so I don't know where he's up to. We'll just check with Sean. Have you heard from Clive?
I don't believe so at this stage.
Okay. Are you able to go ahead? You could. Well, what you could do is you could do your individual one first. Does that work?
I don't really mind which, it's the same, but one is expanded more than the other.
Well, in the interest of making time efficient, why don't you do your individual one first, and then that gives Clive time to join us. Hopefully he'll join in the next few minutes, and then you can do that other one together.
Okay, we'll see how we go.
So 5 minutes, and I'll hold the sign up when you've got 1 minute to go.
Okay,
then,
I really, for my submission, I really wanted to be quite brief and to allow you to ask questions. So we might reverse that as well. I'm not quite sure. So kia ora koutou katoa, and thank you for letting me come to talk today. My main plea in relation to what is happening here is that it is quite inconsistent with the Town Belt Act. And I can't for the life of me understand how the Town Belt and reserves have ended up in a footpaths policy or even in a trading and events policy. It's completely run the wrong way, doesn't make sense. And I'm asking you to exclude the Town Belt. I refer to the Town Belt particularly, but the Reserves Act, the Reserves also applies. It undermines and overrides the Town Belt Act, or attempts to, and it's the wrong alignment, as I've said. It completely contravenes all the purpose and principles of the Town Belt Act, which you'll find on page 5 of my submission, or of the other submission. I'm not sure whether it's a civic or the other submission. The main aim of the Town Belt Act, in summary, was to protect and enhance the natural environment. And the Town Belt Act has sufficient controls within it. I'm really concerned that the events and trading, whatever it is, policy seeks actually to override the public consultation aspects of the Town Belt Act and actually give officers delegated powers, which the Town Belt Act explicitly says that it should not be the case. I mean, that's actually of major concern. I'm really concerned that the various activities identified for the Town Belt are inconsistent, and in any case should be notified, publicly notified. There are very clear controls within the Town Belt Act to control businesses. The Town Belt Act is not a commercial act. It's not an act promoting the economy. It's an act promoting the natural environment for the people of Wellington, particularly. So just because I want to be brief and perhaps allow time for questions, which might spill over into the Civic Trust submission, which is in detail, more detail than I've outlined here. The activities proposed are completely incompatible with the Town Belt and reserves. You really, I think, do a grave disservice and disregard all the hundreds and thousands of people who have been planting in the Town Belt, recognising the challenge of climate change, recognising that this natural environment is an integral part of our city. And what is proposed, even if you think that a coffee cart or whatever, and I'll talk about coffee carts later because that seems to be the major reason for all of this, it's the thin end of the wedge. And I don't think that that's a good idea. This is community space. I don't know whether you're intending as a council to amend the legislation. I certainly, and we certainly don't want to have to fight the council in court in any way. That would be a complete waste of council resources and ours. It's this area, the town belt and the reserves, this is our park. This is our commons, our open green public space. And it's for you as katiaki, as guardians, as trustees within the legislation, privileged to be trustees of the town belt, to protect and enhance it. And just finally, I just want to say that there are 6 of you, thanks, there are 6 of you who, Mayor Foster, Sparrow, Free, not all mayors, councillors, Pennant, Young, Wolf, who unanimously supported the Town Belt Act, which actually, although it took me and leading it 6 years, was kind of 20 years in the making. I think Councillor Day would be interested to see that one of the principles is, and all of you, is the partnership with Mana Whenua. Councillor O'Neill has had an interest in the natural environment. Councillor Timothy Paul promotes climate change or the climate crisis and what has to be done about it. This is completely inconsistent, what is being proposed here with the Town Belt Act and also with the Reserves Act, although that is different legislation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, kia ora. Thank you, Helene. We did actually run out of time for questions on that submission, but you're going to roll now into the Civic Trust submission. Clive hasn't joined us online, so maybe he's had something else come up, but I'm sure you can help us know what the Civic Trust think about this. And so I'll hand over to you, and again, I'll hold up my sign at 1 minute to go. Kia ora.
Sure, kia ora. Really, I think I'm going to open this up to questions, which might open me up to all sorts of things, but that's okay, because I was instrumental in writing the Civic Trust submission as a member of the trust or the board or whatever it is, and I would be really repeating a lot of what I've just said in some detail. I do urge you to look at the submission of the Civic Trust, because it relates more particularly and fleshes out the very many number of places where the Act is contravened by this policy. I can't understand why Council is doing this. Anyway, you can ask me questions if you like, otherwise I can elaborate further.
Okay, thank you. You're ready for questions. We have one partai from Councillor Pennant.
Where are you? I've got some people grinning at me permanently, which I presume means that they're not really there. And I've got some who haven't got faces, and I presume they're doing the dishes. So I don't know who I'm addressing.
Hey, Helen, how are you?
You're talking to Councillor Pennant.
Hey, just quickly, and I'm not quite sure if it falls within the scope.
Can't hear.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear now? I've
yes.
got myself off mute. Okay. There is private plots in innermost gardens. What do you think of that in terms of the work? You know, we work together on that. And if we're talking about the thin edge of the wedge, coffee carts, are private gardens okay?
They aren't private gardens, and I have to declare an interest. I have one. They aren't, although I probably don't need to declare an interest as an individual, but
not anymore, Helen. No, but you have to pay for them. So that's just what I'm interested in.
They are by license, but I don't think you can compare a garden which has been approved. That's not the only place where there are community gardens, with a one-off major event which will attract booze, noise, rubbish, all sorts of stuff which is completely incompatible with the Mount Victoria Residents Association's wishes, and you'll hear from them later, and also with the people of Wellington who live there. Those of us who I did live in the inner city, we know how noise travels within the city. Oh, there's a little child who's appeared as well. Hello. Okay, so that answers it.
Thank you. We've got a partai from Councillor Rush.
Where is he? Oh, he's real. Yep.
I'm real. I love it. Hey, hello, good to see you. Hey,
Yeah,
okay, so, but do you agree that we need to have some sort of policy to regulate, activities, particularly commercial activities that are undertaken in public spaces?
I think that there is a confusion here. Yes, regulate commercial activities on footpaths. That's a completely different issue. And actually, in the Town Belt Act, the Town Belt Act specifies that the Town Belt is not a footpath. It's not a footpath. And so, it's just, yes, deal with footpaths.
So is
But
your
don't
concern
include
really
the
about the
Town
town
Belt
belt?
within
Is your concern really about the public spaces that make up the town belt?
Very much about the town, but also about reserves as well, because you have a list. I mean, you have a list of activities which include mobile food coffee carts. Let's just get rid of that one. Coffee carts.
Why?
Coffee cart and Otari in the car park. Forget it. Forget it. Put it on the road. If you really have to have coffee, you can't stand 5 minutes without coffee. Put it in a park already designated for cars, and you're going to have a thing of coffee, although there are rubbish implications and so on. Recreation equipment hire, that's a shop. That's not allowed on the town belt at all. Commercial tours, big problem. Cruises going through, we used to have cruises. We have had cruises, and you'll hear one submitter talking about cruise people that she takes through. This is not a place for money earning. This is not a place for where the economy has primacy. This is a place where the natural environment has primacy. You have a responsibility to protect and enhance it. Commercial one-off events, why? You've got a whole waterfront screaming all over the place, boozing all over the place, goodness knows whatting all over the place, and a city, Courtney Place. Why would you want to put a commercial one-off event on top of Mount Victoria or in any other place? And that's another big issue. What you have as well, you have designated sites, but you also have something in the policy that says the list of sites on the town belt is being worked through and will be updated. So not only are you taking away the public consultation, which is terrible, you can't do that, that's contrary to the Act, but you're also not giving us the lists on the town belt of where you're going to have these wonderful commercial events or shops or whatever it is that you want. It's completely contravenes the Town Belt Act and the Reserves Act, I would suggest as well.
Thanks, Helene. I think we might be just about done. Yeah, cheers. Good to see you.
We've come to the end of our time. Kia ora, thank you so much for taking the time to come and kórero with us today.
Thank you, and happy to discuss it later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now I'd like to welcome Anthony Nomai, Anthony Edmonds. Welcome. Thank you for coming to kórero with us today. So you've got 5 minutes, and I'm going to kind of wave the sign when you've got a minute to go, because I don't really want to stop and interrupt and speak. But that gives you a bit of an indication you're getting close to the end. And 5 minutes goes fast, but if there's any time, we might have some questions. Over to you. I think you might need to turn off your mute.
Yeah, you'd think, a person like me, I spend all day on Zoom and things, so you'd think I'm pretty good at that. But firstly, good morning. Thanks for having us along once again to talk. As you know, I'm Anthony Edmonds. I'm the chair of Trails Wellington. We're a coalition of passionate locals focused on creating epic trails in and around Wellington. Our key message today is probably slightly different than the one you just heard, which is what struck us when we looked at the proposal is there just hasn't been any given consideration given to trails-related businesses that are out there working in our open spaces and town belt. And so these are groups like Word, who are out there training kids to ride, through to Peter Colvin's business, where he's got a mountain bike tourism business where he takes people through these spaces, or Bryn Dickinson, who's a World Cup mountain biker who in his off season trains people to ride in the open spaces. And so, and there appears to be sort of no reference or consideration given to these different groups that are a key part of the Wellington environment and experience out there. I guess as a key principle, we want people to be able to easily interact with the environment and the incredible surrounds that Wellington's got to offer. And each of these businesses are providing some form of guidance or introduction into that environment, whether it be Peter taking, people from Australia who've come to visit here out to enjoy riding around tracks. Equally, someone like Ash, teaching our kids to ride properly as well. These are operations that are happening inside of a town belt, and really the key point in this is that they haven't been considered in the proposal to date. So it's almost like there's been an oversight, as the last speaker said. Things like coffee carts have been considered through to, paths and cafes, how they operate onto sidewalk, but none of these trail related businesses. I guess these businesses also interesting because they often, I know there's a requirement in it of considering the time that people operate in open spaces. If I think about a business like Peter Colvin's, he quite easily could spend 4 or 5 hours showing people different parts of Wellington, but he's passing through these areas all the time, as opposed to being stationary in a place, say like a group of people doing exercise on the waterfront. And so that needs to be considered. So really the key message inside of this is there seems to be an oversight of these sort of businesses and operators, and you're going to get to hear from a number of them today. Questions, thoughts, problems and issues. I suppose as a final point, look, that whole thing of these businesses too, around introduction, we've got to remember as a country that a person like me can quite easily go and walk around the whole of the Southern Alps and places like Fiordland with guides, and we need that sort of environment. The concept of saying, oh no, we can't have a commercial operator operating in these open spaces really strikes me as just, it's almost crazy to think about that as a concept and the overall concept of us as a country and the environment that we offer people. Like you can quite easily and readily go and walk and cook with a guide. And what we need to consider is the same thing as the city and population. Sorry,
we've got enough time for one Patai, and Mayor Foster has a question for you.
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. Good to see you, and congratulations on your recent absolutely positive Wellingtonian Award.
I was very pleased to get it, so thank you to the council.
Yeah, pleasure. Hey, look, the question I've got is that these are the kind of activities that should be spelled out in the various management plans as we've got them. And is there an issue potentially of some possible inconsistencies that we need to make sure that we align this policy with the management plans when it comes to the different parts of our reserve network?
Yeah, honest answer is I don't know specifically, Mayor Foster. All I know is that you're going to hear from word from the tourist businesses, from people like Russell Garlick who are out there operating, who are saying, look, the policy as written or the proposal has just completely overlooked them. So I would suggest that what you're saying is correct, but that's just based on the feedback of these groups who are operating in these spaces.
Thanks, we'll look into that.
Yeah, cool.
Kia ora. That's all about the time we've got there, Anthony, but thank you for taking the time to come and comment on this. Appreciate that.
Thank you for having me along again. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'd like to welcome Peter Colvin from the Wellington Mountain Bike Adventures. So welcome, Peter. When you get, my time is going off. When you get to 1 minute before the end of your presentation, which is 5 minutes, I'm going to hold and wave the sign up so that you can see. And yeah, if there's any time for questions, that'll need to be within that 5 minutes. So over to you, Peter. I think you're on the, are you there, Peter? I can see you've joined. You might need to unmute.
Unmute.
Oh, yes, there you go.
Okay,
Well,
you got
Peter.
You got me? Thank you.
Yes, can you see us?
I can see you. Yes, thank
Great.
you.
So when I wave my sign, you've got a minute to go. You've got 5 minutes, and over to you now.
Good as gold. Thank you. I'm just going to read something I've pre-prepared.
Okay.
My name is Peter Colvin, and with Bex Houston, we operate Wellington Mountain Bike Adventures. This is a new Wellington-based company, has been in operation for 2 years. Bex and I both have been riding our bikes for over 20 years in the Greater Wellington region. We joined the adventure tourism space and currently conduct mountain bike rides, e-bike adventures, and we run a gravity-based mountain bike shuttle service here in Wellington. We are New Zealand QF certified mountain bike guides and an Adventure Mark certified operator. So we've been and done a lot of the building blocks to get this business started. We started our business to fill a space in the Wellington adventure market. Now, mountain biking has been a growth sport since its introduction and shows no sign of slowing. Councils and communities that have embraced mountain biking throughout the world are reaping the spending benefits of the riders and families that travel from far and wide to ride on the unique trails that an area has to offer. Wellington has an amazing network of trails that are easily accessible from the city, ideal trails to attract those out of town persons that love nothing better than have a good fun ride and to visit one of our many bars and cafes. Ourselves and other mountain bike based groups at this submission are experienced users and operators in the Wellington mountain bike space. With the advent of modern bikes and e-bikes coming to the fore, we are seeing an older demographic taking on the outer Greenbelt trails. We feel our business model is ideal to help get these riders out to view what Wellington has to offer, and more importantly, get them back home safely. Now, an area I'd like to touch on is the damage to the trails from our activities. Wellington has a large and varied trail network. Because of this, we are able to make informed decisions on where to undertake our activities and under what conditions. The ability to change areas or move the group to another location is what makes Wellington the ideal area for our type of business. A large percentage of trail damage is from riding in overly wet conditions and riders that have poor braking techniques when they skid their wheels on the trails, breaking up the surface. Because of the rocky nature of our hills, our trails are generally on a good solid base, and all of the new trails that have been built are being finished with a thick layer of hard fill to armor the surface and weatherproof them. As professional groups, we give briefings to our riders outlining the types of trails, track conditions, and what type of surface they may encounter. The correct use of braking techniques are shown to the riders before entering the trails. We then encourage them and show them new skills on the ride. They generally show an improvement on their abilities after being with a professional group. With this understanding, we find the track damage on one of our activities is minimal. A typical group size for us is 2 to 15 riders. This puts us in the normal range of local groups or clubs that enjoy the local trail network. With our instruction and observation of the riders, we find the damage market is vastly reduced. Outside of this, we run numerous fundraising activities with profits going to the volunteer groups, i.e. Macro Peak supporters that maintain the trail networks. We also conduct volunteer maintenance and have supplied building materials for trail maintenance at our costs. Having professional businesses like us using the Greenbelt spaces adds an additional layer of knowledge and safety to the mountain bike community. Having trained guides with first aid certificates and safety equipment out and about in the outer green space can only be a great advantage for trail users. Thank you very much.
Kia ora. So you've got a little bit of time left there, but I'm not sure if there's any questions. Any questions from members? No, I think you've been very clear there, Peter. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today. We appreciate you doing that.
No worries, and thank you for allowing us to use the beautiful outer green spaces that Wellington has.
Oh, kia ora.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd now like to welcome Bryn. Who have we got here? just checking my, oh no, sorry, Russell Garlick. I'm just reading off 2 different pages. So Russell Garlick from Joyride. Welcome, Russell. Good to have you joining us today. So you've got 5 minutes, and I'm going to waive this when you've got a minute to go. If there's any time left within that 5 minutes and there's questions, we'll go from there. But over to you now, Kia ora.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So I co-own a mountain bike skills instruction company called Joyride, which I operate with Ashley Peters, who you're going to hear from later on. Joyride came out of a desire from the parents who we were teaching the kids in Word, and they wanted to be able to ride safely and enjoy the experience as well. So we offer lessons and instruction up and down the country, targeting adults basically. I just want to, I've been watching this morning, I just want to bring up that currently we operate under the Town Built Management Plan as a managed activity. We work with Park, Sport and Rec, and one of the things that they have given us feedback over the years is that there hasn't been a concessions policy in place, and that where we operate in places such as the Rotorua, we expect to apply for and work under that concessions policy. So this is something that we've been waiting for in order to ensure that our business and activity can be acknowledged and work under the rules, etc., with the council. My specific feedback is on one point, is that the council will need to be aware that as the land manager under the Adventure Activities Regulations 2016, they are a PCBU and they have obligations there, and this isn't acknowledged in the current policy. So what we would recommend is that operators such as ourselves in mountain biking space, but also this will include people who are four-wheel driving, tramping, some fishing and sailing, etc., that the council should seek to, that any concession holder is an adventure activities operator in good standing and on that register, and work safe, maintain a website. It's really easy to look up and see who is going through their audit cycle, who has gone through and gone through that process. So, and what we'd be hoping is that because there is that structure in place where third-party auditors are coming in and auditing our operations and awarding us either the adventure mark or outdoors mark, that the council wouldn't need to expend other time and effort to go through and review processes unnecessarily. As part of going through our audit and preparing our safety management system, the auditors are looking to see that we are training our staff in accordance with national qualifications. And the New Zealand mountain bike qualifications offered by NZOIA, so that's New Zealand Outdoor Instruction Association, and Skills Active, include components around role modeling and promoting accepted environmental practices for the local area. So this is where people who gain those qualifications as mountain bike instructors in New Zealand need to prove that they understand that they're working on public lands and working in with the history, the culture, the local iwi, the land manager, to ensure that they are not disrupting other people and other in that space. So yeah, that's all I pretty much had to say, is that, and I guess it just highlights what Pete and Anthony was saying, is that there's been a gap here, and we have technical expertise in this space, and so we would be willing and would seek the opportunity to be involved and to help council develop this concession policy for our type of activity.
Kia ora, Russell. Thank you very much. I can't see that we have any questions for you today, but thank you. You've been very clear with your points. So thank you very much for taking the time to come and coordinate with us. Kia ora. I'd now like to welcome Bryn Dickerson, who's coming to speak to us as an individual. Nau mai haere mai, Bryn.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. So you've got 5 minutes, and when you've got a minute to go, I'll wave my sign. Yeah, well, there might be some questions if there is time. Kia ora.
Cool.
Over to you.
Alrighty, cool. So my name's Bryn Dickerson. I'm a professional downhill mountain bike racer from Wellington. I go overseas every year and represent Wellington and New Zealand on the World Cup circuit. And then locally here in Wellington, I run a mountain bike skills instruction business called Fluid Lines. And it's my own business, and I've been operating for 5 years in and around Wellington, and actually up and down the country as well. So I've got a couple of points that I want to bring up, and basically they relate to the two main points that I see coming in behind this policy. And those are the impact that activities have on the public's ability to access and use spaces, and the damages caused to the spaces by these activities. So I was listening before, and I know that Peter touched on the damages, so I'll mainly chat about the impact that these activities have on the public's access of the spaces. So one of the big things that we sort of saw is like our exclusivity, well, not ours, but sort of like how the policy sort of viewed the exclusivity of use with a public space. So trail businesses in essence are transitory. Like, we're never in one space for a long time. We don't occupy space like a fitness group would, say like a soccer field or something similar. Like, we're always moving around the areas. So the best example of sort of any, and I guess this comes from an idea of reducing conflict. So the most like conflict as such that we would ever see would be when, say, the public and organizations such as myself and say Word would all be in, say, the Macro Peak Skills area, for example. Now, the very nature of us all being in that area removes any conflict, because mountain biking as a sport, as an activity, and this will be the same for walking and other trail businesses as well, is that we're all moving through the space consistently, and that it takes time for each user to go down the hill through the space and then get back to the top. So while they're going, the whole, like, everybody who's there is still able to access the space as per normal. And also the fact that this transitory nature to our business exists is that, you know, we're actually a benefit to the other trail users. Now, Pete briefly touched on this, and I wanted to reiterate it because it is just so important. The amount of times that, like, I've helped members of the public with directions, mechanical assistance, or first aid is huge. And so having like good operators like ourselves out there actually provides this really fantastic, you know, sort of, sorry, just getting that up there, really provides this very fantastic sort of resource that the council is getting by pure virtue of us being there. Well, not just the council, sorry, but the whole, you know, city and the residents. And furthermore to this is that the 90-minute time limit that is specified in this policy just appears completely arbitrary. It's actually inapplicable to trail businesses. And, you know, our activity durations are representative of a normal riding time that extends anywhere from 2 to 4 hours or further. So I think, again, it just shows that there hasn't really been the same level of consultation with our area that we'd like to have seen. I mean, we're a very important asset to have out there in these green spaces, in this green belt, and we'd really just like to have been included through this process, because we could have added to it. So I think the other couple of points I wanted to bring up just quickly is that I guess this aspect, in combination with a couple of the others that you've already heard and you'll hear through the next couple of speakers, is that it further highlights the overly large scope of businesses that are considered under the umbrella of this policy. And that's sort of what I was touching on just then. Like, we'd like to have it really specifically to us, but it feels like we're getting tied in with businesses that just, you know, don't have anything in common with us. You know, the differences between, say, a restaurant looking to place tables on a footpath and then myself and others running one-on-one sessions on the trails are fundamentally different and unreconcilable in my view. And I think that's fair to say as well. And the final point I'd like to bring up is that I noted that there is an out of scope section in this policy, 6.3.1. And this section states that small scale filming and photography not requiring exclusive use of public land is considered out of scope. This is implying that the impact of these activities on the public's ability to use the space and the space itself is extremely minor. Now, while this point only addresses filming and photography, I would ask that this be expanded upon, as there are many other small-scale, low-impact businesses that fit this criteria. And I think it should be related to the scale of the business, and the criteria for this should be clearer, because at the moment it's just very, very hard to see, like, how that specific point affects us, and then also how the policy is, you know, in general. Like, again, I think it just comes back to that lack of consultation that we all experienced. And then, you know, I just had this come through as an email. I was like, whoa. like, what is this? Like, none of us have heard anything about it. So yeah, that's my piece. And yeah, thanks for having the time.
Kia ora, Bryn. I think we do have one part-time. We've got one question, and Councillor O'Neill, if you can make it quick, that would be great. Thank you.
Kia ora, Bryn. My question was around, so the 90-minute is kind of designed for big groups taking up and holding space in public land for an amount of time. When you're talking about the ride groups taking 2 to 4 hours, do you have a permanent station which you set up on the public land? Or I'm assuming because you might be more mobile than that 90 minutes?
Yeah, so we are incredibly mobile. Like for example, we might meet, say in a car park or what have you, but then we ride up into the trail. So we're consistently sort of moving around within that trail area, and then sometimes you might move from say Macra Peak over to Wrights Hill, or from Pole Hill over to Wrights Hill. Like, we're just consistently moving around. So to feel like that 90-minute time that would apply to the activity, including like our meet time, our setup time, and as Pete was saying, like giving the riders the pre-course instruction, everything, it just doesn't really apply to us.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that clarification.
No worries.
Kia ora, Bryn. Thanks for coming to talk with us today. We appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
Yes, have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you too. Now I'd like to welcome Thomas Keppelman. Welcome, Thomas. You've got 5 minutes, and I'm going to wave the sign when you've got a minute to go. And if there's any time, there might be some questions. But thanks. Over to you.
Awesome. Thank you. Kia ora, everyone. I'm the program manager of Word, the local non-profit youth mountain bike organisation, and I'm a Trails Wellington trustee. So I suppose I'll start with saying I totally agree with the points raised by the other trail-based operators. We weren't consulted during the process of creating this draft policy. As a result, I think it's really difficult to find how we fit under it. I think further consultation is needed with these operators who are all keen and willing to help WCC create a better outcome. I think that there needs to be more consideration for the health and well-being of Wellington residents, particularly the value that operators that actively increase the health and well-being and connect people with the outdoors. An easy starting point for this would be focus on section 6.6, which is fees and charges. In addition to reserving the right to waive the fees for non-profits and youth organisations, I'd like to see a consideration for organisations and operators that increase the health and well-being for Wellington and its residents, particularly. I think that the fees would be a good starting point, but I think this focus should be better reflected throughout the policy. Generally speaking, organisations that are focused on connecting people with the natural environment are already part of great ecosystems. The main issues that this policy is trying to mitigate don't really exist on the trails. It would be great to see some flexibility in this policy in order to not disrupt the good work that's already happening out there in Wellington. If we've got any questions, keen to answer them.
Kia ora, thanks, Thomas. Members, are there any questions? No, it looks like you've been very clear, Thomas. Thank you for taking the time to come and talk with us today. We appreciate you doing that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now I'd like to welcome Ashley Peters from Word. So hi, Ash.
Kia ora, everyone.
So you've got 5 minutes, and when you've got a minute to go, I'll wave the sign. So over to you.
Oh, that sounds great. It's so good to see you all. I moved to Wellington back in 2007 and fell in love with the city immediately. And it certainly wasn't because it was just a city. It was because we had this amazing access to the outdoors, and that, you know, we could be in the middle of town, and 5 minutes later we were hearing native birds in Pole Hill. Like, that is incredible. You know, we have such a unique place. So I immediately fell in love with Wellington and got to live there for a very long time. During that time, I started Word. So yes, I know you've all been hearing us blabber on about Word for a while now, but we're really proud. We're a nonprofit youth mountain bike organization, which Tom mentioned. I started that back in 2013 with the idea to promote a lifelong love of riding bikes, and through that process, I never expected it to be as big as it is. And so you've just heard these amazing guys talk about all the different organizations and the clubs that we have and the operators now. But when Word started, it was me and 6 kids. And now we have 300 kids riding during the term with 50 instructors, 30 assistant instructors. It's outrageous. And so I would definitely say you would think that we would be the most high impact organization out of all of those other providers. And so I had a little chat to one of the council officers, and I asked her, I said, how many complaints do you get about us? What's going on out there? And she looked back, and since 2013, there's not been one public complaint about our organization. And I'm not saying that that's just because, wow, Word's great, but I think that there's something to be said about the mountain bike community and what has been happening for the last 10 or 20 years. So yep, each term we take these kids out riding and we run skills courses, but it's more than that. It is the connection to the environment that we're offering. So during this time, we, our current system that we have, just so everyone knows of how we go about our I guess our kind of informal concession is talking to the park rangers. We apply, like we say, essentially like a park permit, like anyone else. And in lieu of doing any sort of fees, us as an organization, Word, has decided that we want to make sure that we're giving back to the trails and I guess, ensuring that we're not causing more damage than what there already would be. We want to be enhancing this natural environment that we're all enjoying. And so through that, with all of these young people, once a term, one of our sessions is spent doing trail maintenance. And I did some math, because I do like a good figure, and found out that, with that one session that we do, that's 400 hours of trail maintenance. And so if we were to say, let's say we had a contractor, $40 an hour, we'll pay them fair for doing this, that would be $16,000 of work that these young people are doing just once a term. And we do that twice a year. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is that we want to look at this differently. Like, I fully acknowledge, like all of the guys have said, that we want a policy in place, but we do really want the opportunity to look at the health and well-being and the enhancement that these young people and all of these operators are doing for the environment and the people of Wellington. And we want to make sure that that's said somewhere in this policy, that we're not just in a box where we don't fit in that box. So yeah, I guess the last thing I'd say is that these young people do care about their environment, and same with all of the adults that are out there riding their bikes as well. And they care so much. I look at the local soccer fields, Prince of Wales Park, that's on Town Belt land, and I certainly haven't seen any of the soccer players out there mowing the lawn. And I'm not saying they wouldn't be up for it. Maybe they would. Maybe they'd rather do that than pay some of their fees. But I guess that's the space we're in. So yeah, we're looking forward to working with you more to seeing how we can make all this work. Any questions?
Kia ora, Ash. Members, are there any questions? No, looks like you've been really clear. Oh, look, no, we've got one from Councillor Rush.
I was just going to say, Ash, thanks so much for that. So what are your fees per person if that's not a commercial secret?
Oh no, not at all. So it's $210 per person for the term. So that's 7 sessions at 2 hours each session. So it works out to about, I think it's about $12 an hour, roughly comparable to swimming or soccer.
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Kia ora. Ngā mihi kia koe, Ash. Thanks for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today. We appreciate it.
Lovely to see you all. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Now I'd like to welcome Alan Blake from Living Streets Aotearoa. Nau mai, haere mai, Alan. Good to see you again today. We're still on Zoom at the moment. So you've got 5 minutes, and when we get to a minute to go, I'll hold up my sign. But yeah, we're looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. It's good to be back on Zoom. It's I actually find it quite useful because I can do other things and still listen to the debate. So kia ora for that. So ko Ellen Blake ho, ko Kaituitui, whanganui atara kia Living Streets Aotearoa. And just before I launch into the Living Streets one, I hope you're hearing from some of the very, very many walking and bush restoration groups that has put thousands of hours into our bush and town belt areas. Mountain biking does have a big impact on walking in the parks, and it's interesting to hear that and look at this policy, particularly because it's a kind of amalgam of the park thing, but the bigger public space that we're interested in particularly is the more urban areas, and in particular footpaths, because that's the key area really that is of concern for us in letting out to businesses and other people who want to make some money in public space. So the kind of points that we covered in our submission, we've got some quite detailed ones which I won't go into, but just interesting about how much you're going to charge people for public space. As you probably know, the Golden Mile starts at around $1,000 per square metre per year. $1,000 per square metre per year. That's for renting privately. I bet you, and I can guarantee you that the footpath is a fraction of that cost. So think about the incentive for that. We totally tautoko the no smoking in public places, and that there won't be any ability to be having a smoking place on one of these permits. Good one. We really want to make sure that accessibility is maintained. So there should be no choice about where you place things. If it's not convenient for you, it's too bad. It needs to be accessible for everybody on the footpath and in our public space. And we also made some comments around junk food, which is allowing lots of fast food places into everywhere where there are children in particular. There's some significant research that shows that this has a detrimental effect on kids. So please make sure that there is the ability to control how some of that is managed. I've got a couple more points, but I know we're really short on time. So I was just wondering if anybody's got questions on our submission, then I'd probably prefer to talk about those than go on to our other couple of points.
I can't, oh yes, we've got one from Councillor Rush.
Oh, hi, Ellen, lovely to see you, and good to hear that things are, you're surviving in lockdown. So you've heard the submissions from the trails folks. Do you have any concerns about the ongoing or escalation of the trails and how that impacts? Because they did say that they've had 0 complaints. I'm just wondering, is there a real conflict there, or if there is it being managed? Do we need to be concerned about it, or focus maybe on some of the other aspects?
I think that was one company that said they haven't had any complaints about them, but actually mountain bikers zipping past at speed are really hard to identify anyway. But this comes down to one of the points I really wanted to make was this policy is all about allocation of public space. And so we're interested because it was the footpath management policy, which was a really good one. And it's been all amalgamated into this rather large beast. So it's really important that public space is for the public, freely available for the public. And so people who want to come in and run their business in it I would think that needs to be a key consideration. And it's not just for walking through, it's for hanging around and it's for doing what you want as any other member of the public. So I think that's a really key point. And one of our biggest public spaces is the road space. The council recently did the parking policy, which of course is another allocation of public space. There was no consideration for putting any commercial uses in car parking. It's all going to be in the footpath space. So it's a really, that's the tension. The way this policy is sort of framed up is it's all about trading. Well, it's actually about public space. There isn't a big vision of how much public space should be allowed to be, rented out, if you like. Is it 90% or is it only 10%? We're going to have, the Golden Mile is going to have 75% more footpath when we get round to doing Let's Get Wellington Moving, we hope. Is that going to be 75% available for renting out? This is the sort of decisions this policy has to be able to cope with. I hope that kind of covers it, Sean. But
yeah, no, it's a really good point. You just crystallised a couple of things. Thank you. I think might be just about out of time. So appreciate it.
That was I guess that was leaped into my last point, but yeah, so this is really about allocating public space. It needs to be accessible, it needs to be fair, and it needs to be public, number one. And you know, think about what goes in there. The junk food is, I mean, I love a good hot donut with sugar and no fat, yum, but I shouldn't see it too often because I eat it too much, you know.
That's definitely a challenge for us in lockdown, isn't it? The food that's sitting in front of us all the time. Thank you, Alan. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today. We really appreciate that. And yeah, we'll see you later. Take care. Now I'd like to welcome Angela Rothwell, who is submitting to us from the Mount Victoria Residents Association. Welcome, Angela. So you've got 5 minutes, and when you've got 1 minute to go, I'll hold up the sign just to give you a little indication we're coming close to finishing. So over to you.
Kia ora. Thanks, Jill. Okay. Sorry, I'm using my phone for this, so sorry if it's a funny angle. So Mount Victoria Residents Association, we talked about how we saw this policy affecting Mount Victoria and also the wider Wellington context. But today I'll just talk about Mount Victoria. Our green space is the waterfront, and in particular Waitangi Park, and the town belt area of Mount Vic Matarangi. As we see, the spatial plan anticipates that there's going to be considerable population growth, but there's no plans to provide more green space for people. And there's been a billion studies that tell us that this is what we need. People need green space, especially if we're going to be accommodating people in higher rise, more dense developments. So what we have, we really need to hold on to, and that's the same for all of Wellington, all of the world. But yeah, particularly for Mount Victoria, we've had a few bouts of lockdown. We see that our local catchment is actually really big. There's a huge amount of usage of the trails and of the waterfront. So, you know, it's really good. We see that it's really well used by runners, bikers, walkers, people walking their dog. You know, it's just fantastic. When we're not in lockdown, we see a lot more mountain biking, and we know that Mount Victoria Matarangi is primo mountain bike trails. And we don't want to discourage any use of the town belt. We don't want any of it to go away, but we do need to be comfortable that it is safe for everybody, that it doesn't cut off access for anybody, and it keeps it, as Alan said, that public space is freely available and accessible for everybody. Now, I meant to start this with a shout out to Ash as well, because we personally have put my son through the Word program several times, and it is indeed brilliant to get especially teenagers, as the opportunities to use open space dry up, like playgrounds are no longer available to them. It's great to see them channeled into still appreciating and using the open space that's out there, and her work has really contributed to that. We see that there are events already happening on Mount Vic Matarangi, and sometimes successfully, sometimes not so successfully. Or really, I should say most of the time successfully. We would really like, a big part of our submission was that we would really like more open communication from the council about those events. We see that, you know, there are things like there was a dance party up in the quarry at Alice Street a while back. Lots and lots of complaints from our residents about it because it was noisy and all the rest. And we found out from the council that it had been consented, and there was the organisers had put a lot of time into making sure that it was as considerate as possible. But there's still, and then there are people within Mount Vic who are like me, who want to see that there are no impediments to using the spaces that we have for something like a dance party. It just sounds perfect to me. But if we could just get more communication from the council so that we can work these issues through with the residents who may be less inclined towards that way of thinking. so that we can have more access for everybody to use this beautiful part of the city. And that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Angela. There is a minute to go. Are there any part-I? Councillor Rush, another question.
I'm on fire today. Hey, Angela, thanks very much. I'm just wondering, should we be making a distinction between businesses that encourage the use of public spaces, so that bring people in to utilise them, and businesses that take advantage of people who are coming, like a coffee cart?
Actually, Sean, you remind me there is something else I wanted to say, so I'll say it before I answer your question. We don't really understand why there is all the emphasis in the policy on the Mount Victoria Matarangi area, and why, when we are talking about the coffee cart thing, we see that makes sense at the top of Mount Victoria. We don't get it so much that it makes sense for the hillside, which is what it looks like. So we question that. We think that this sort of framework and structure and development for businesses would be quite welcome at the top of the Brooklyn Hill, at Makara Bike Park, and at Miramar, all the places where there are going to be a lot of mountain bikers. But in terms of taking advantage of the business that is, or passes by, or running a business that utilises the space, no, I don't see a difference.
Okay, thanks.
Well, kia ora. Thank you, Angela, for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today. We appreciate you doing that. Thank you. Kia ora. All right, so to the committee now. We've finished that section of the hearings. But what I thought we'd do just quickly before we go to lunch, because I think by the end of the day we might not really be feeling like having to deal with the forward program. We might just do it quickly now. So with the leave of the meeting, is everybody okay with that? Maybe just give me a thumbs up if you're okay. So that's looking pretty positive.
All the talk of takeaways at Mount Vic has got me going to KFC. So yeah, let's get this done.
It is a bit tricky, isn't it? Because all the talk about food is hard when it's near lunchtime. But we're going to be quick with this. So I'm going to now do open for forward program 3.3 and ask for James Roberts to introduce the paper and answer any questions. So over to you, James.
Kia ora again, thank you. So the forward program is as displayed in the papers, and there is a change, and the change is that there was going to be a committee meeting on the 26th of October. It was agreed in the Mayor and Chairs meeting earlier this week that that wasn't good, so instead we're going to extend the 4 November meeting over 2 days, so it'll be on the 2nd and the 4th of November to cover all of the papers that were scheduled for the 26th of October and the 4th of November.
Kia ora. Are there any part-I for that? No. Councillor Pennant and Councillor Calvert. So Councillor Pennant first.
Thanks, Jill. Sorry, it's a bit slow on that. James, sorry, I just didn't quite understand the Mount Victoria Bowling Club paper. Is that just about a lease or license?
Correct. I believe it is the renewal of a lease.
Okay, great. Is there any significant change being suggested?
We can probably take that question offline, I think.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Yes, just why was there 2 meetings to start with scheduled in October? I thought each committee meeting was basically being held once a month.
We have talked about that. But yeah, go James.
Yeah, it was the volume of material to cover, Councillor, and so that's why we thought it was necessary to schedule the second meeting, because a lot of these papers will require quite a bit of discussion and there's a lot of depth to them. So the concern was that there wasn't going to be enough time.
Did you think about adding them to the agendas for any other committee meetings to balance the workload out?
We did consider that.
Yeah, we did, and in some cases we have.
I think the context is, yes, we have done that. The context is that there is just a lot of work, and because it's not the only committee that's got the same issue, so it's a significant number of papers. That second edition actually is a fairly full day in itself. So it's really just and it's trying to spread the load, because the week that it was scheduled for was going to be very big with multiple committees and then council as well. So it's just trying to put some common sense to it. Thank you, Councillor Young.
Sorry, I'm just following up on the Deputy Mayor's question yesterday, asking when we're going to have the paper about the viscous dampers and the Central Library.
So I believe that we have scheduled an update on Tamatapihi and the progress of the project, etc. I believe that is in October. And as part of that, there will be an update on design and engineering decisions and progress to date. However, we are intending to invite all councillors to an optional meeting probably early next week. We haven't sent the invitation out yet, just to discuss where we are at with the review of the viscous damper option.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. I can see there are no other pātai, and thank you for that, James. So I'm going to move the paper, and I think Councillor Matthews, are you happy to second it? Great. And I don't have anything I need to say. Councillor Calvert, you'd like to speak?
Yes, thank you. And look, I know we talked about it earlier on, but I will take this opportunity to talk about the paper for Khandallah Pool. Just to remind that we did request this information back about February, March. It's now we're likely now to get that early November. It's quite a lot of time for something that's quite a basic request. So I am concerned about how long it's taking. When we think about something like the library and wanting information about the viscous dampers, it's just, I think we just need to think about, making sure that the advice that we're getting is done in a timely way. And we originally requested the information from officers to help us with the LTP discussions. So, yeah, look, I just would like to make a note that I don't think if it's coming to us in November, that it is certainly not delayed any further than early in November. And if it can come sooner, then I think it should.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert. I think your comments are noted, and we will make sure that paper comes to the next meeting that it possibly can. I think the reality is, as you often point out to us, we have a very full work program, and it's not always possible to get everything moving at the pace that we would like. But I know that it's definitely in there. I've seen it on the piece of paper, or on the computer as it is in this case. But yeah, it will come. Okay, so let's put that to the vote.
And that is unanimous.
Fantastic. So that's carried. And now we will break for some lunch, and we will come back at 1:30. So hopefully you'll get to enjoy some fresh air and some kai, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Hi there, Catherine. Hi, Catherine. How are you? We're just having lunch till 1:30.
Oh, lovely.
So I hope you don't mind. I'm just having a bacon sandwich.
Very good.
I'll stop my video to save you.
No,
And microphone.
I've lost you.
I turned my video off. I turned my microphone
yeah.
off too.
Cool.
I'm scoffing. Cheers.
Hey, Laurie, are you there? Is that Laurie I can hear? No, it's not.
No, it was me, Sean.
Yeah.
We're very similar.
No, I think it might have been Catherine I was listening to actually. Hello, Catherine.
Hello.
Just got about 5 minutes till everyone's back and we'll get underway.
The queue at KFC was too big.
Oh, I can imagine.
It was right down the road. So I made do with the bacon sandwich. I'll halt the video, save you.
Well, kia ora koutou. I figure that looks like most councillors have made their way back. So we're going to get underway quickly because time does seem to truck on. So we'll begin by welcoming Catherine Healy from the New Zealand Prostitutes Collective, who's here to speak to us regarding this paper. So Catherine, you have 5 minutes, and when we get to a minute to go, I'll just wave this sign just so you can kind of see where you're up to time-wise. It just says 1 minute to go. And if there's any time within your 5 minutes left over, then we can have questions if there are any questions. So I'll hand over to you. Kia ora.
Oh, thank you. Kia ora koutou katoa. My name is Catherine Healy and I'm the National Coordinator for NZPC Aotearoa, New Zealand Sex Workers Collective. Formally and legally, we are still the New Zealand Prostitutes Collective. I'm here because I'm concerned that about our tiny population of street-based sex workers. We did put in a submission, but we confused councils. So perhaps the submission you have in front of you may refer to brothels. If so, disregard. There should have been a subsequent submission which addressed the issues we have concerns about in respect to street-based sex workers. We simply put hope that street-based sex workers won't be required to seek permits if this policy goes ahead from the council to work as they do discreetly around known old sites such as Marion and Vivian Street. I think as a Wellingtonian, if you walk through those streets at night, the only reference to a street-based sex worker these days would be the mural on the wall of Marion Street that's been there for 30 odd years, because the numbers have certainly declined significantly as sex work moves indoor and online. So I guess I'm here just to plead that should there be an upsurge in the numbers of sex workers, that they wouldn't have to go through the process of seeking a permit. This would, we believe, be in contradiction to the Prostitution Reform Act in 2003 that decriminalised soliciting and went along that trajectory of not licensing or requiring individual sex workers to be registered with any body. So in short, that's my plea, that be respected and that sex workers in this instance be excluded. Thank you.
Oh, kia ora, Catherine. We do have a pārtai from Councillor Paul. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Catherine. Thank you for your presentation and all the mahi you do. It's super important. We did talk about this when we discussed the consultation. I was just wondering, did have our officers reached out to work with you or get your opinions on this policy, and also how did you find out about the policy and the opportunity to come and speak to us?
Because council was proactive, so that was really good, and certainly we were consulted.
Fantastic, thank you. That's all the pārtai, all the questions that we have for you, Catherine. Thank you for coming to talk to us and represent really important issues. So thank you for taking the time to do that.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Kia ora. We're just going to have a pause for a moment or two. Oh no, I can see that Rona is online now. Kia ora, Rona. Welcome. Just wait to see you come up. You might need to unmute. Oh, kia ora, Rona. Good to see you. So, Rona, you've got 5 minutes. You know how this goes. And when we get to a minute's time, rather than me interrupting you, which is a bit tricky on Zoom, I'm going to hold up a sign. I don't know. Can you see that? Have you got us on gallery view?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to wave that just so you can see that, you know, you're coming to that minute. And yeah, so I'll hand over to you now. Kia ora.
Right, thank you. Thank you. You've got a written submission from us, but I've just gone a bit off that for the first couple of things I'd say. This is stuff I thought of later. So launching into it, in general, we support the objectives and principles of the proposed policy, and we agree with the proposal to allow events and other activities on town belt and reserves land. However, one of the intentions of the policy is to develop a framework for assessing and improving licensed activity on reserves, city parks, and Wellington town belt, which meets legislative requirements and enables a proactive and positive approach. This is clearly a good thing to do, but I think the process might still need some work. There's a section 642 site approval process for activity on Wellington reserves and a matching 643 site approval process for activity on Wellington town belt. And in both cases, the sections read, the council has identified new sites for trading and event activities. It's not clear what criteria the council used for identifying these sites and what community involvement there was in these decisions. As you all know, the town belt management plan is quite strongly worded about the need to work with Mana Whenua and more generally with the community. These decisions about approved sites are important because the policy proposes that pre-approved activities and pre-approved sites don't need any further notification. If there was community involvement in identifying the sites, it would be good to know more about it. And if there wasn't, perhaps there is something still to do about this. However, in spite of this caveat, we do support flexibility in the use of the town belt and reserves. I listened to Elaine Ritchie's submission. She has a completely different opinion, and I do sympathise with her concerns. But the worst case scenarios she described could lead to crafting requirements that avoid really damaging effects. Lynn's understanding of the Town Belt Act is that the main purpose is to enhance the natural environment. However, one of the principles in Section 4 of the Act is that the Wellington Town Belt should be available for a wide range of recreational activities. It seems as though the proposed sites are places where there's a considerable amount of public activity now, and the proposed activities are designed to enhance the recreational experience, or else to regulate activities that are already happening in an unregulated and potentially disruptive fashion. So that's the thoughts about the town belt. But more generally, I'll also briefly mention our interest in any policy concerning events, which is that we strongly agree that events are an essential aspect of making Wellington a vibrant, exciting place to live. When these events are community-based, they strengthen community connections and contribute to a sense of place. We're very pleased to see that under Policy 861, the Council aims to support community events, for instance, play streets, in the interest of supporting community inclusiveness, connectivity and well-being. This policy commits to improving opportunities and information for community events by providing updated information and guidance, such as templates for health and safety plans. We strongly approve of this, and we are delighted that the Council is planning to sort of go out of the way to make it easy for things to happen rather than there being barriers to things happening. So that has our full-hearted support. I might stop there and see if you've got anything you want to ask about.
Members, are there any questions? I can't see any hands up. So there's about a minute to go. So if you had anything else you wanted to share, Rona, feel free, and then we'll finish up.
Well, Laurie was hand up.
Sorry, I couldn't, even with the highlighter, I didn't see it. It's, if you use the signal, it's easier to see. Laurie, over to you.
Thanks, Rona. Just reading your submission, you were talking about something that implied the Newtown way and the way that we order the footpaths in Newtown. can you just clarify what you were meaning there so that I'm clear about what it is you were recommending?
Yes, sorry, I didn't get to that because I thought we mightn't have time. This is about the footpath management policy. And I understand, although I wasn't personally involved, but from the other people who were personally involved, that there needed to be quite a bit of negotiation before some of our local businesses got a footpath license in the first place. And the agreement that runs right through Newtown is that when there are either goods from, some of the veggie shops and so on put out their fruit and flowers, and some of the businesses have tables and chairs, that's all been right against the building margin, which is exactly the opposite for what the policy is wanting. So we're hoping there can be some local negotiation around that, because we have particularly narrow footpaths, and putting anything more on the curb is going to need even more sort of difficulty with getting out of cars and onto the footpath or going to crossings and so on. So we would like to obviously consult with our local community who have maybe difficulties with sight or mobility, and see if we can have an agreed solution to that. Does that make sense, Laurie? Is that what you were asking?
Thanks, Rona. Yes, exactly what I needed to just get clarified. So I'm sure officers are going to have fun working out how we'll manage that one, but we'll see how they go. I'm sure we'll get a solution. Thank you.
Thanks.
Kia ora, thank you, Rona, for coming to Kōrero with us today. It's good that we can still do this on Zoom, even though we're all at home. So kia ora, thank you.
Thank you. Right, bye for now.
Bye. Now I'd like to welcome Marty Donoghue from RNZ RSA. So kia ora, Marty. Oh yeah, I can see you there. You might need to just make sure you unmute. Kia ora, Marty, you there? Just check again, Marty, are you there? You ready to do your submission? We're ready to hear from you. Maybe there's some connectivity challenges there. We might just skip forward because I can see we've got Hannah here from the Cancer Society of New Zealand, so Wellington Division. So welcome, Hannah. We're looking forward to hearing from you today. So you've got 5 minutes, and when you get to 1 minute to go, I'll just wave that so you're aware of your timing. But yeah, I'll hand over to you now. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou. Many thanks for the opportunity to present today. I hope you're well in these uncertain times. I'm Ahana Kumbert. I'm a health promotion advisor from the Cancer Society Wellington. We are an independent community organization who have no affiliations with tobacco or vape industry. We work with a focus on equity. I would like to congratulate the council on taking the initiative to make Wellington City more healthy, vibrant and safe through the proposed trading and events in public places policy. I would also like to thank the council for the opportunity for the community to have a say. The Cancer Society Wellington strongly supports the proposal to make all trading and events licenses in Wellington City mandatory, smoke-free and vape-free. The proposal aligns with the national goal of making Aotearoa smoke-free by 2025 and with Wellington City Council's goal that less than 5% Wellingtonians will smoke. Although the adult smoking rate in Wellington is lower than the national average, it is still higher than the 2025 goal, and the Maori smoking rate is more than twice the average rate in Wellington City. From 2013 to 18, the reduction in smoking rate was approximately 2% in a period of five years. We need another 3.5% decrease in the average smoking rate to reach the 2025 target of 5%, but we only have 3.5 years to get there. To help achieve smoke-free Aotearoa 2025, smoke-free and vape-free places need to be the norm. Local, national, and international research suggests smoke-free and vape-free outdoor hospitality areas are crucial to reduce visibility, help people quit, create a positive and healthy environment for young people in whānau. Local research suggests that smoke from outdoor hospitality areas greatly affects the quality of air indoors. To provide staff and customers a safe environment, we must ensure they do not get exposed to a combination of 5,000 chemicals, of which 70 have been directly linked to various cancers. Smoking remains the largest preventable cause of cancer in New Zealand. Secondhand smoke exposure has been linked to several health issues in non-smoking adults and children, including lung cancer. The primary purpose of smoke-free laws is to protect non-smokers from its harmful effects. Smoke-free laws can also lead to an increase in smoking cessation. The outside areas of bars and cafes remain one of the most dangerous places in Aotearoa for someone quitting. There is New Zealand evidence that seeing someone smoke around you increases the chances of starting smoking or not being able to quit. International evidence indicates that smoke-free outdoor hospitality areas increase quitting attempts and reduce relapses. The Wellington community have health concerns which are reflected in our community research. We found that 93% of people supported smoke-free outdoor hospitality areas, and about 89% supported smoke-free areas also being vape-free. The results are similar to the Council's own Attitude Towards Smoking in Wellington report on the 2018 Smoke-Free Survey, where most non-smokers and 1 in 10 people who smoke said that they would avoid areas that allow smoking. From a LinkedIn poll we conducted during the Council's consultation period, we also found that there was high support for the Wellington City Council's proposal, where 75% strongly agreed and another 16% agreed on making all outdoor hospitality areas smoke-free and vape-free. Some comments from the community members are: ex-cancer patient, ex-smoker, do not want to be tempted back to smoking by other smokers. It is important children are able to play in areas free of smoke. Also important, we do not normalize behaviors which kill us. And the last one, as a non-smoker, I find it disgusting walking into or through areas where people are smoking. New Zealand research raises serious concern about increase in vaping and smoking rate in young people. Smoke-free areas must also be vape-free, as the risks include renormalizing smoking, relapse in recent quitters, and confusion related to enforcement of smoke-free policy. It was encouraging to see the community recognizing the need for other community spaces that needed to be smoke-free and vape-free. However, the Council report illustrated a clear need for a coordinated awareness campaign with community and local business education and support, clear effective messaging, budget for signage, and resourcing to make this policy work. At a local council level, 13 councils across New Zealand have now adopted a smoke-free, vape-free environments policy, or are actively working towards making their council facilities, community spaces, council events, smoke-free and vape-free. To conclude, I would like to say that it has been more than 3 decades since we discovered the harms of smoking and secondhand smoking in New Zealand and started our smoke-free journey. We need to stay committed to our goal of reducing the smoking-related harm and give our community, especially Rangatahi and Tamariki, a chance to live, work, play, and grow in a world with no smokes. Wellington City Council have demonstrated their commitment over the years, and we hope that through this policy, once again, the Council will ensure the well-being of Wellingtonians and set an example both nationally and internationally. Thank you.
Kia ora, Hana. Thank you very much for your kōrero. Unfortunately, we've run out of time for any pātai, but actually saying that we've had a couple of people who are saying they're not going to come. So with the leave of the meeting, if people are okay, I'll allow Councillor Rush to ask his pātai. Thank you.
Yeah, if everyone's okay with that, very quick question. So we went smoke-free in bars in 2004 in New Zealand, and I'm assuming that the rates of people smoking have dropped. So have we seen a corresponding reduction in smoke-related cancers as well?
So when we talk about lung cancers, the Maori smoking rate are still quite high, and the Maori women smoking rates are really high, and they're among the highest in the world as well. So although we are going down, but this decline does not seem to be aligning with our goal that we want 5% people to smoke, and the harm reduction through the smoking is also going down. Please bear in mind with smoking, there are a range of health issues that people face, and lung cancer is also one of them. And it is also already concerning that lung cancer rates are so high and have been high for all this while. And the other real concern is that the young people smoking rate that had been going down all this while is now seeing a certain amount of increase as well. So we wouldn't want anything to contribute to that too as well. I hope that answered your question.
Kia ora.
I think so. Thanks so much. Best thing I ever did was give up smoking. So anyone out there, do it.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Pennant. You can also ask a question.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Day. That's very kind. Thank you very much for the important work that you do. I was just interested in your arguments around vaping. So I've seen the justifications for why you think you think there should be a ban on that. Is there any evidence that the Cancer Society is basing this on that it's actually dangerous to people's health, or is it more about the normalisation? Kia ora.
Kira, thanks for the question. So our position on vaping is that we know it can help some people quit, but at the same time, we don't have enough research or enough evidence to say that it really is a great quit tool or that it is harmless. It's a comparatively newer product, and there is still research going on, so we do not have long-term evidence to suggest it is actually something that causes cancer, etc. So knowing all this, also the fact that it can renormalize smoking and create confusion as to which places are smoke-free or not. Also the fact that there is a real increase in the vaping rate among young people. And seeing this recent increase in vaping has also seen, just like I said before, a slight increase in smoking. We're not suggesting that they're linked, but they could be linked. So yeah, with vaping, our position is that we think we don't have enough research to say it is completely harmless. And also the fact that it may renormalize and it just creates confusion. Thank you.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you, Ahana, for sharing your experience and your knowledge with us. We appreciate you taking the time to do that today.
Thanks a lot for the opportunity. I hope you're all well in these times. Take care.
Kia ora, thank you. I'd now like to welcome Isabella from the Happy Dog NZ. No mai haere mai Izzy. Good to have you here. So you've got 5 minutes, and I'll just wave this sign when we get to 1 minute to go so you can see where we're up to. If there is any time in that 5 minutes for questions, then we can do that. Thank you.
Great. Can you hear me all right? Great. I've got some dog leads on. Hello, thanks for your time. I'm very grateful to have you all here. Coming to you as a Wellingtonian, a dog walker, dog lover, business owner, and just a person that's grateful to live on this land. So I just would like to address section 8.4, commercial dog walking and professional dog walking. You have to excuse me because I'm used to just hanging out with dogs and I'm not used to having meetings, even under normal circumstances with people. So bear with me. So I'll just address the points as they come up because this obviously is going to affect my business quite a lot and the community. And I think it's a good thing that we put some regulations in place because at the moment there is none and there is a few cowboys in the industry, which is a problem for the public. So I'm for licensing. I feel it will raise the standard of dog walking in Wellington and also ensure accountability for those people. And it'll mean that potential clients will be able to look up whether their dog walker is registered, and that'll give a bit of peace of mind, I think. As for numbers, I think that a starting limit without a permit of 6 is acceptable because the amount of dogs an individual can walk varies greatly. We did have a meeting, a group of us with several people, including Damien from Animal Control. I think it's David from the Botanical Gardens and Christine Ford. Yeah, and Damien said that the recommended number of 6 came from his handlers feeling comfortable with 6, although he also acknowledged that there are a few of us in the industry who can very well manage more than that. And I know that others in the community will speak more on this. So I think with a permit, which would be based on experience and a good relationship with council, that dog handlers should be able to handle more. I'm sure many of you have seen people walking along the waterfront with much more than that and have their dogs under total control, which is what's most important if you're handling large numbers of dogs. I think that it should be applied for, and maybe there will be some sort of fee, like a responsible dog owners course, and that'll help you get that permit. Yeah, so the benefits of having dog walkers in our beautiful city are that they provide great entertainment and photo opportunities. I know someone who won the WOW photo competition from having all of their dogs in front of the WOW sign, and I know that so many tourists just love photos, and Wellingtonians too, you know. I think we create a sense of vibrancy. Also good for dog owners. There's no dogs at home barking when they're out with us. And also good for dogs because there's more trained dogs and better trained dogs, and ultimately that's better for everybody, you know. And as for training them, my work really involves me taking them to a range of places, because that means that when the owners take them out, that they are more easily able to go to those places without their dogs kicking off or being too sensitive, you know. Some people just want to take their dogs to a cafe in town, and I think they should be able to do that comfortably. So I sort of help with that. Otari Wilton's Bush, the Botans and the waterfront are all really great places for me to work. I understand that there is people that won't want to see us there, but most people do. And when I use those tracks, I tend to use the wider paths and at off-peak times. So I would be open to having dialogue about that, just using them off-peak times, or letting people that run those areas know in advance before we go there. Yeah, but it would just be such an asset to be able to continue using those parks. And they also provide great shelter from the elements, which is important when the concrete's hot or when it's really rainy. And I'm also for public liability insurance and have had it since early stages of my business. Anyway, any questions?
There is a pātai for you, Izzy, from Councillor Pennant.
Kia ora, Izzy. Thanks so much for coming in. I know it can be a bit odd to, you know, appear before councillors. So look, I'm a dog guardian of two lovely dogs. I'm just wondering though, do you think that people do get a little bit intimidated even when they're being well walked, when there are a larger number of dogs on the pavement? What's your experience of that? And do you find that dog walkers tend to walk when there's not so many people around? Because I certainly have seen a few around my neighbourhood.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that there will always be people that are dog shy. And when I am operating, I give people a wide berth so that if they're not comfortable, they have the space to navigate. I don't think it should be on the public to make space for me, because I am a business and I know it can seem intimidating. But I think that if you have your dogs under control and they're not reacting or responding, then that mitigates that. Also, the areas that I tend to use, I try and make sure there is space for everybody, because I want people to have a good experience with me. Does that?
I think that was a really great answer. Kia ora, Izzy. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and share your experience and your thoughts on what we're doing here. So thank you very much, and have a good rest of the day.
Thank you. It's a privilege.
Kia ora. Right. Councillors, we're just going to go back now. I understand that Marty has managed to join us again. There was a bit of a problem with the link before. Marty, can you hear me? Oh, great. Looks like you've been off mute. So Marty, you've got 5 minutes, and I'll hold up the 1 minute sign when you are getting close to the end. Over to you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi kia koutou. Thank you very much for this opportunity to, and again, part of it is actually understanding the intent of the proposal. So obviously we are very, very connected with Wellington, and particularly around leading up to Anzac Day and for our Poppy Day collection. And our concern is with, and it may just be the way that the current proposal is worded, and that's in paragraph 8.15, dealing with street appeals and charity face-to-face fundraising. So our concern would be on particularly Poppy Day, which is a national fundraising day, in Wellington and in the CBD, we have over 1,000 New Zealand Defence Force personnel. We have 300 veterans, usually spanning our veteran group from Vietnam through to our Afghanistan veterans. We have supporters of the RSA. We have embassies from the UK, Australia, US and Canada. And we have correction staff. Mainly they're all in uniform. Those who have retired are generally in their best clobber with medals. And what we're really concerned about is, and the wording is somewhat difficult to understand, is if we are going to then be treated as if we're a face-to-face fundraising, because then having to get police checks for them all, having them to link and be part of the fundraising fraternity basically would negate our ability to actually put all those fundraisers on the ground. If I've got that completely wrong and the street appeal is completely separate from the charity face-to-face piece and we don't need to go down that route, then I'm going to give you 2 minutes of my presentation back.
Kia ora. I'm not particularly sure about the actual details on that part, but are there any questions, councillors, for Marty? No. Marty, is there anything else you wanted to share before?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'd just like clarity whether there is going to be that linkage, and then of course we'd have to work from there. But I mean, it is a big ask when you're talking potentially up to 2,000 people who aren't registered as a face-to-face charity, then having to go through that process, us give them IDs, police checks, everything. It just seems like an over-bureaucratic, like a sledgehammer to crack a very small nut.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing that with us. It was really important for us to know what the implications of that are. I can see that Councillor Condi does have a question for you.
Yeah, thanks, Marty. I mean, my understanding is that the face-to-face fundraisers, it's more those people out with clipboards and tablets that are getting people to sign up monthly, and that wasn't meant to capture street, the kind of street appeal you're talking about, but that's certainly something that we can confirm. But yeah, it's really useful for you to have come in and you know, raise for us what a big issue that would be for you in terms of the compliance that would introduce. But that's something that we'll have to follow up.
Yep, kia ora.
Yeah, kia ora, Marty. Thank you very much for raising that with us, and we'll make sure that is followed up and responded to you on that one. So thank you.
Mātiwa.
Mātiwa. Right now, I would like to welcome Angela Norton from the Public Fundraising Regulatory Association. No mai haere mai, Angela. Good to see you there. So you've got 5 minutes, and yeah, I'll give this sign a little wave when we get to 1 minute to go. But I'll hand over to you now.
Thank you. Just before I start, I could possibly comment or add to Marty's thoughts at the end of my presentation as well, to kind of clarify some differences between face-to-face fundraisers and charity street appeal workers. But anyway, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Angela Norton and I'm the National Manager of the Public Fundraising Regulatory Association. Today I'm here representing our members, 24 of New Zealand's most prominent charities, including Blind Low Vision New Zealand, Cancer Society, CCS Disability Action, Forest and Bird, Heart Foundation, IHC, Mary Potter Hospice, New Zealand Red Cross, St John's, UNICEF Aotearoa and Wellington Hospital, just to name a few. As detailed in our written submission, our feedback to the Wellington City Council on the proposed trading and events in public places policy relates specifically to the accessibility guidelines 6.7.2 and to the street appeal and charity face-to-face fundraisers 8.15. So regarding accessibility guidelines, the PFRA supports the proposed accessibility guidelines in principle, but is concerned that in practice, moving activity near the curbside will increase health and safety risks to the public and to those carrying out activity near the curbside. For example, if a member of the public or our fundraisers or charity street collectors were standing next to the curbside, they may fall onto the curb and onto oncoming traffic. As the current recommendations impact our fundraisers' activity, we recommend that within the policy there are provisions for allowing face-to-face fundraisers and charity street appeal collectors to continue using the building edge. They are not a fixed hazard, and we have appropriate rules within our code of conduct that do not allow fundraisers to obstruct the free flow of foot traffic. Secondly, your proposal document makes some specific recommendations about charity street appeals and face-to-face fundraising under 8.15. I have 3 points to speak to on these recommendations. Firstly, the PFRA strongly supports your recommendations that all charity face-to-face fundraisers and the charity and suppliers they work with must be an accredited member of the PFRA. Number two, we support the recommendation to provide further transparency around fundraising site locations and any rules associated to the use of the site, provided it does not increase the health and safety risk to fundraisers. For example, we do not recommend publishing the exact name of the charity and the day in which they will be using that site for the following reasons. One, it may increase a fundraiser's exposure to harassment and stalking and may compromise their health and safety. And two, the information may cause the public to be prejudiced and discriminate against the charity and the beneficiaries that the fundraisers are advocating for. And finally, we'd just like to acknowledge that we support the recommendation for information around the complaints process to be publicly available. And we would be pleased to continue working with Wellington City Council members and the public to provide the appropriate channel to facilitate this. Again, I've got further recommendations within the submission, but I now welcome any further questions or feedback around the recommendations that we have.
Kia ora, we do have a couple of pātai, one from Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, and thanks for your submission, Angela. My question is, how did you talk with the charities that you're fundraising on behalf of? As we heard from CCS themselves this morning, actually giving the opposite position about the curbside use and really advocating that we keep that curbside. And I'm sure we'd have a similar submission from members of Blind and Low Vision New Zealand. So how does that kind of match up?
Sure, no, absolutely. We've consulted with members and I've certainly consulted with CCS Disability as well. So I guess my
on the charities versus the need to fundraise versus the.
Oh, sorry, the connection's a little bit difficult to hear.
How about oh look, I think Councillor Matthews has been having difficulties with her internet this afternoon. So yeah, sorry, I'm not sure that we can continue with that on right this moment, but we'll go on to Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, and I'm happy to stop if Councillor Matthews gets her connection back. Look, thank you very much. Obviously, you're doing very important work. And I think it's useful that you've raised the point about making sure that the collectors aren't harassed or anything. But I guess there is also a bit of a view too that it's not that great to be accosted always by people, you know, for very good reasons, but asking for money. So I'm just wondering if you think that the bylaws does give enough protection to the members of the public who might just, you know, who will give to charity but just might not want to give it on the street. But I do appreciate the work you do.
Thank you. Look, we've certainly got a lot of rules in place around how often we roster sites, where they're rostered, who uses the site. So in terms of to ensure that that the sites are rested and that they're fairly distributed amongst the charity members as well. We've also got some rules in place around how fundraisers should be approaching the public and the behaviours that we expect fundraisers to adhere to. But we've also got rules, or we've got the channel in place that if a member of the public certainly felt that they were being harassed, or that the way their interaction was with the fundraiser didn't meet our code of conduct or our guidelines, or if they felt that it was inappropriate, then they can certainly report that to us, and we investigate and we follow up with our members to potentially retrain or to understand what that interaction was like. So we've got a channel or a mechanism for certainly investigating and ensuring that the public have a great interaction with every fundraiser, regardless of whether they want to engage in supporting that charity or not.
Thank you. Just because we sort of got a bit interrupted before because of the connection, I'm just wondering if I can give you another chance to answer that question around the connection with the CCS, you know, what they said and how you've worked with them. It might just be worth you having another go answering it.
Sure. So I think where we were with that is in my conversation, I think it was Ray with last week, is they wouldn't see that our face-to-face fundraisers or the charity street collectors necessarily as a hazard, because they are not a fixed hazard. They have the ability to move out of the way and use common sense if they saw somebody with a disability or somebody with blind or low vision needing to use the building edge as a for the thoroughfare. So that's, I mean, I don't know what they said earlier this morning, but that's certainly our position, is that we are in agreement that, again, in principle, the building edge is a great way for those with disabilities and blind and low vision to use that foot traffic. So we would want to ensure that it's free from any fixed hazards, but we would, within the council recommendations, not want to include our fundraisers as being recognised as a fixed hazard.
Kia ora. We have run out of time now, Angela, but thank you very much for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today. We appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for your time too.
Thank you. Now I'd like to welcome Lynn Cadenhead from our Environmental Reference Group. Nau mai haere mai, Lynn, good to see you. So we've got 5 minutes, and I will try and hold up this sign when we get to 1 minute to go, just so that you're kind of aware of where we're at with timing, but I'll hand over to you now.
I'm filling in for Claire Stringer, who's tied up with young children and work. We generally support the combined submission. A few wee headings: zero carbon. You need to consider it with this policy. So no gas heating should be allowed as part of any of the food related or any other concessions. Target them along public transport or cycling corridors. And maybe seek concessions to develop a carbon plan and phase it in. Waste is a big issue from our point of view. And also consideration for concessions that are near existing businesses in buildings that may provide a similar service that can possibly manage their waste and carbon footprint. So a coffee cart near an existing CAF is maybe not a good idea. There shouldn't be any single-use cups or other such items. The firm, again, has a returnable cup system with a $3 usage fee. They do need to be washed, but there has been talk about maybe Wellington needs a cup washing station. And also the waste from dogs. Are dog walkers actually going to pick up the poo from 6 dogs? I doubt it, but it certainly shouldn't be left on the tracks. We think that there's so many issues floating in here that this policy should have a review in a couple of years. You should start with trials and key sites, definitely some good monitoring, consultation with the neighbours and close community, and definitely more wider consultation if it's not a one-off event and it's in the town belt or reserve. Concessions can easily turn into property rights. And as the city densifies, the public space may be needed for something else. You know, the world is changing. You need to be able to end these concessions. And some places need to be free from consumerism. Everywhere you go, you know, I often had 5 kids and we often went to Tahuna Beach and we always had to go past the ice cream truck and the hot chip truck. And they knew that I wasn't going to say yes to an ice cream every day when we went to the beach. So it's nice to have a few places that are basically about nature and quietness, and that we don't, you know, I drive past 5 cafes between my place in Khandallah and Otari Walton. You know, how many coffee opportunities do I need? Need to monitor the damage and monitor the number of traders in the area. I don't know if you've been to Kaiterikuri Beach in a summer, and there's so many kayak hire places that there's hardly room to sit on the beach. So that's, there's a lot more, you know, a bit more in our submission, but, you know, your carbon and your waste are the key things. And I can try and answer any questions.
Kia ora, thank you, Lynn. Are there any Pātai councillors? No, it looks like you've been very clear in the submission. Thank you very much, Lynn, and thank you for stepping in to support your fellow member when they're busy with lockdown duties. So thank you very much.
Yep, I will say that Steve is a great waste expert, and so is Claire. So, you know, if you want more discussion on these issues, and we've got several people who are very more knowledgeable than me on the zero carbon issues, so feel free to come and talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kia ora, Lynn. All right, I'd now like to welcome, we've got Helena Tobin and Wendy Jasper from the Wellington Creative Markets Limited. No mai, haere mai, kia korua. So you've got 5 minutes, and when we're down to a minute, I'm just going to try and wave the sign.
Thank
so
you.
Get that timing, but yeah, so I'll hand over to you and yeah, let you work it out between you.
No worries. Thanks so much. I'm just going to race through the few notes that we've got here. Most of it was written in our submission, but Wendy and I are founders and operators of the now closed underground market. We've run markets all through the region over the years for the last 10 to 12 years. And I now own and run the annual pop-up villages on Taranaki Street Wharf each summer and during WOW when that happens. Additionally, I also worked as a council officer for the waterfront team for just over 2 years, ending in 2018. So I have some understanding of both sides of the perspective on this issue, and I think, you know, I can speak to that as well. We would like to really thank Christine and her team for the work that's gone into this. It's well overdue, and we really applaud the initiative. And from our perspective, we wish it had been around a long time ago, but we've had a lot of kind of feeling our way over the years, and if you've read my written submission, you can no doubt sense the frustration that's built up over the years. And so, yeah, this is a wonderful step in the right direction from our perspective. The main point that we'd like to bring today is an activity like ours, which on a macro level has huge ripple-on effects to the city's economy and business community. In much the same way as boot camps in the park have had, you know, have health benefits to people's bodies in the community. And I feel as though that has been acknowledged in this policy and needs to be acknowledged in the licence approval process on the ground. I was encouraged to see that the first principle of the policy is the council's decision to licence and or encourage trading in public places is reflective of its strategic vision for the city. So that's hugely important to us. The but we would like to know how your officers will actually be ensuring that that happens. And will they actively be seeking activities which fit with that strategic plan? And if so, how will they be supported to do that? And I don't expect you to answer that today, of course, but I just really want that consideration to happen. It's all very well having this wonderful work being done, but how will it be kind of enacted on the ground? I understand that a lot of this policy is about keeping things safe for people and fair, but I'd love to know how this will be done in a way which is actively encouraging of those sort of entrepreneurial activities rather than just policing them, and how will your officers be supported in that. In our business, we had the enormous benefit and privilege to be located on the waterfront. Many of you would have visited. And we think that there's actually no other location that would have worked. So by definition, we really needed that license in order to operate our business. Likewise, on the other side of the fence, the city benefits from our business model by us acting as a business incubator for emerging independent businesses. Which go on to, of course, add to Wellington's long history of cool indie companies, many of whom came from markets and similar initiatives such as ours. What we struggled and still struggle with the market is the tension between the council having to be seen as being fair and you know, for example, charging us commercial rent for the premises, plus also the pressure from surrounding sort of residential businesses who didn't necessarily want us to be there. And for us, it was, you know, we couldn't point to any written policy that said that our initiative mattered, that what we were doing really mattered to the council. So we were sort of you know, the relationships we had with council changed over the years, and the individual officers we encountered, you know, understandably changed as well, and that's and that changed the way that we could operate. Again, we know that you can't answer these questions today, but this new policy goes some way to address the tension that we're talking about. But what we would like to know is how these officers will be supported to take the steps to back it up. How will it look on the ground? And in our experience, there's been a real disconnect between often these policies or a general council kind of vision and how that looks day to day. Again, just we're really happy that this work's being done, and we would be happy to engage again if needed. And please ask any questions if you have any.
Thank you. We have come to the end of the 5 minutes, but we do have time for one very quick question. So Councillor Phone, if you want to ask your pathway.
Kia ora, Helena and Wendy, welcome, and good to hear from you on this. Your experience is really useful. So I guess what I'm gathering from your submission is that you really want to see council as an enabler. And if we were an enabler, what are the top 3 tips that we could do to help become that for indie businesses that are starting up?
I guess it's, and Wendy will speak to this as well, but for me, the one thing that springs to mind is that idea that there's a front foot, you know, it's not just referring to a policy all the time, it's actually being supported by that policy. So you're able to, I guess, the idea is being able to make great things happen, and you know, having the ability on the ground to make great things happen. And for that, and I do see that potential in the policy, but it needs to be enabled on the ground as well, so that people like us who come along with an idea that supports the council's strategic vision are able to make that happen and are actively supported.
And I'll just add to that, it's often I see the struggle of the council officers who's got existing businesses that don't want anything in their backyard. And when they don't want it there and the council officer has to have a reason that I've allowed this, they've got an angry customer and it's hard for them. It puts them in a very difficult situation. But when it is just purely not in my backyard, it becomes a bit of a turf war, which is hard for the officer on the ground to deal with.
Tēnā koroa. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today. We appreciate you doing that.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
So now I'd like to welcome Cameron Beckley from Werewolf Walking Wellington. What an awesome name. Welcome, Cameron. You've got 5 minutes, and when you've got coming up to a minute to go, I'll hold this up just so you know you're coming near the end. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Hello, my name's Cameron. Thank you very much for introducing me. I'm the owner, operator of Werewolf Walking Wellington. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak on the matter of professional dog walkers operating commercially in Wellington, Section 8.4. It's my first time, so be gentle. I was lucky enough to be included in the consultation process chaired by Catherine Ford with several professional dog walking industry leaders and relevant council divisions, including various parks, botanical gardens, waterfront, and animal control. Now, the feeling coming out of the consultation was overall positive, and I'd like to take this opportunity to reaffirm key points of consensus, which we reached during the consultation with you today in 6 short points. Now, firstly, commercial dog walkers have continued access to wide trails in Wellington Botanical Gardens, Otari Wilson's Bush, Bolton Street Cemetery, and the city waterfront, provided such activity is conducted during off-peak times, that strict leash rules are applied in accordance to the Dog Control Act of 1996, and that impact to public use of these areas is minimised. Secondly, a licensing system should be established, developed in conjunction with council and industry leaders in Wellington, aimed at individuals as opposed to companies, revolving around responsible dog handling, similar in style to the existing responsible dog owners course. Now, the recouped costs of which would be inclusive of an application fee. This would, amongst other things, cover locations and times where commercial operation is allowed, code of conduct, basic industry standards, and expectations of the council, while allowing feedback both to and from the council as to what is and is not working. Now, third, a card carry and/or vehicle identification. This should not contain a handler's full or company name. However, instead, a handler's number would be more appropriate. And fourth, in order for businesses to stay viable, individual licensed professional dog walkers are able to apply for an annual incremental increase in numbers, provided they have operated without incident, giving council an apparatus to incentivise good operators while limiting the impact of reckless individuals. Pack numbers would start at 6 for the first year of operation, 8 for the second, and 10 for the third, with owner operators exclusively being able to apply for more. Current operators would be able to backdate previous incident-free operational history on initial application. Of course, specific owner-operator or handler dogs would be included in an individual's license and would be exclusive of those numbers. Fifth, the introduction of a QR code or similar at park entrances where commercial dog walking is permitted, allowing licensed walkers to sign in, which would provide council with a real-time data on where and when the parks are being used and by whom. This will also allow council to inform users of relevant site information such as scheduled stakeholder events in the area, trail suitability, hazards such as poison drops, and native species introductions. And sixth, limited public liability. Limited public liability insurance is mandatory. We've all had that. Everyone has. Any relevant questions? Thank you very much for your time.
Kia ora. We do have a Pātai. Councillor Foon, do you have one, or was your hand just up from last time?
It got stuck up. Sorry, I'll take it down.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you very much, Cameron. Hey, can I just ask, how many dogs are happy to walk together? Is there a limit? I mean, obviously it's down to temperament and all the rest of it.
Well, that's part of the selection process. When a dog comes into a pack, we don't just throw a random dog in. There's a meet and greet discussion as to whether that dog would be suitable with that pack that works on that day. It's an entire process that is undergone to introduce those dogs. So generally you walk, for example, active dogs with other active dogs and the calmer dogs with the calmer dogs, just to try and make sure that they have a good experience, and of course that they are easier to control, and control is really what it's all about.
Well, kia ora. Thank you, Cameron, for taking the time to come and talk with us and sharing your experience. We appreciate
Thank you very much
today.
Bye.
Thank you. Just so the committee is aware, we did have a couple of other people in this slot now, but they weren't able to come. Simon from Wellington NZ, unfortunately the emails had been going to someone who'd left, and so they didn't know about the submission until they were contacted today, and he wants to just express his support for the proposal, but didn't feel he needed to come and speak to it. And Mike, it was an apology at a family emergency, which of course happens to people when in lockdown, when you're managing a whole lot of different things at home. But yes, so we'll break now for half an hour, so we'll come back at 3 o'clock. And thanks everyone for your attention, and see you soon. Hei kona.
Thanks, Jill. That's a massive amount of concentration that you have to do.
And can I say thanks, Jill, for me too? Sorry I had to duck out earlier, but a couple of things, but going really well.
Yeah, awesome, Jill.
From me, full respect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're nearly there. Thank you.
Yeah. How many are there left to hear?
2, 4, 6, 8, 9, possibly, or 10, but yeah, hopefully all of them will come.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Cool.
Councillor Young may not like me suggesting this, but I wonder whether when you've got such an extensive day that you vacate the chair for occasionally a little while and that your deputy take over.
Yeah, we could do that, yeah.
Why don't you? Because honestly, I don't know how you.
You're doing well. You're doing great.
You're doing really, really well.
Appreciate it,
You've got my admiration.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go and have a break.
I think you should chair the infrastructure
I
group.
wouldn't allow anyone to talk about dogs.
Yeah, where's Iona?
Just a reminder, we're live streaming the whole time.
We are, so I was aware of that.
Public can hear this audio.
There you are.
Talking about dogs, Sean, I've led the dog policy twice. Nothing more exciting for me.
Well, I was down to KFC on Kent Terrace at lunch, but it was chock-a-block, backed up down Kent Terrace. So I whizzed around and had a look for you. Not quite sure where you live in Mount Vic, to be honest, but thought you might be out with a little dog.
Go have a break. Go have a break.
Yeah.
We'll go to Kilburnie KFC. Drive-throughs open.
I've made sandwiches now, but Terry, thank you.
It was a little bit discriminatory to those of us who don't drive. You couldn't go to Macca's.
Yeah, I got.
So it's, where's the nearest Macca's? I have no idea.
Oh, the Basin, but you couldn't, like, this is for the kids, obviously, not for
No,
me.
it's Taranaki Street.
No, they wouldn't let, unless you could drive in a car, you could not go there to get Macca's.
There isn't one on Taranaki Street, is there?
Yeah, that's your closest one, Iona. Taranaki.
No, I think. Don't you mean Victoria Street?
No, there's one on Taranaki. Just where the BP is.
And Courtney Place.
And then there's Courtney Place, and then there's a Basin. But no, you needed a car.
Anyway, it's not real food. You want to have proper food, not one full of rubbish.
Do overeat, Iona.
They sold out in Johnson. They sold out in Johnsonville about 6:30 last night, and
hilarious.
There's huge queues. Go to some independently owned little one-off place where they're struggling to survive.
Councillor, of course I agree. It's just my children might not pet you.
Get them spring rolls.
We did try.
Nice today. Even you are struggling with the Iona.
Anyway, I'll take a break. See you later, guys.
See, my house just an absolute shambles because Kat's been working full time as well. So, yeah. Oh, ringing flirt accidentally. What am I doing? Right. Bye-bye, everybody. Diane, I'm going to call you. Hey, Rebecca, how are you? Out till sorry, Karora.
Nio.
Nio, sorry. Anyway, it's been a lovely day to sit inside and look out. Sorry. Why did I think you were out in Karora? I thought you were. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Never know.
I could have said what a lot of people would say to me when I was abroad, would accuse me of being from Australia, just our same place, isn't it? Just go, yeah. I used to joke with people in San Francisco. I'd say, yeah, when the tide's out, you can walk to Sydney from Auckland. And some people thought that was funny. They believed it.
How are you going? How are the kids coping?
Oh, they're okay. I mean, Nick's just having a Kōrero with one of his old schoolmates. He's only 7, one of his old schoolmates, on online chat. So doing that. Emily's just wants to watch something about pets on TV. So I just did a YouTube, Google, and she's happy without any clothes on. She spends more time out of clothes. My beautiful wife is protecting the country. It's just there, over there.
Oh,
but,
very good. Very good. Well, it's mainly our internet that's suffering.
Yeah.
Yeah, the internet in general in our area is really poor. I think there's a lot of people on at the moment.
Yeah.
Hey, Rebecca, is your daughter with you this time?
Yes. Yep. She's been here the whole time. So we'll drop her back to her dad's on Sunday. So you'll have 3 weeks of her. It's been lovely.
Bit of a treat.
Yes, it is.
Mm.
That was a gorgeous photo of your granddaughter. Oh my goodness.
So cute.
Indeed.
But I
adorable.
I just resist putting up too many. She's just started to blow bubbles. So her parents go poo, and she goes. But I've only been able to see her twice, because we were going to go up on Queen's birthday. That got cancelled, and we were going to go up just after lockdown was announced. So it'll definitely be high on the priority list of a proper visit after we're out of this.
Alrighty, looks like we're ready to get underway. So welcome back, everybody, to our last segment of hearings. So I'd like to begin by welcoming James Napier, who's going to talk to us from Kuri Companion. So no mai haere mai, James. Thanks for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today. You've got 5 minutes, and when we're down to 1 minute to go, I'll wave my sign. I can hear my kuri walking around the background, so hopefully he doesn't make too much noise. Kia ora.
No worries. Hello, everyone. My name is James Napier, and I run Kuri Companion. I'm here to speak today, obviously, about the proposed regulations for dog walkers. Thank you to everyone involved and for taking the time to be a part of this process and hear our submissions. I started working with dogs in a professional capacity in 2012. I founded Kuri Companion in 2013 and have offered dog socialisation and training services in the form of dog daycare and dog walking throughout the Wellington region since. I also act and have acted as a mentor to several Wellington dog socialisation and training services. As part of this, I've also been part of a group of industry professionals who have worked for over the last 5 years to establish our own operating standards in an attempt to self-regulate and bring more transparency to the industry. I believe that transparency in this industry is the way forward, and also how we can continue to be allowed to safely share public spaces to help the dogs and owners we do. In modern times, well-run socialisation services are becoming an almost necessary part of dog ownership. Well-run services like mine help owners to manage and train their dogs so dogs can be mentally and physically fulfilled while their owners are at work or busy during the week. I believe these services also take a lot of pressure off animal services too, as there are hundreds, if not thousands, of dogs a day attending some form of socialisation service in the Wellington region. I think the proposal to register dog walkers is a good and necessary step for the industry. I believe this could easily be achieved with a yearly registration managed by Animal Services. The registration would allow the council to know who is operating within the region. I think the registration would be more effective if it was in the walker's name rather than in a company name. So every person walking would have to register as opposed to a company being able to register once and have multiple walkers under one registration. I think this could work well with a mandatory registration course the first time a walker registers. This course could be run by Animal Services in much the same way that they run responsible dog ownership courses now. A course like this would allow them to clearly define the expectations they have of dog walkers and what safe and meaningful control means when working in public spaces. It would also mean everyone is on the same page in regard to what those expectations are, and make clear what the consequences would be for failing to meet those expectations as well. This course would have to be done by every individual person working as a dog walker, regardless of being employed or self-employed. I think as part of this, that mandatory insurance should be a part of the registration. It's not a very expensive cost if you look at like the running costs of doing this kind of work over a year. And to me, it just makes common sense when working in public spaces. A proposed limit of 6 has been given as a number limit. Now, I do understand the need to establish a number limit, but I believe 6 to be unfair. It would be hard for owner-operators to make a sustainable living and business with such limits in place. I think we should be encouraging experienced owner-operators to stay in this industry. I would propose a middle ground. A rolling number allowance based on time served would mean a dog walker could work towards higher number limits while keeping numbers down for people that are new to the industry. For example, first year of registration, a walker could register to walk 6 dogs, in their second year 8 dogs, in their third year 10 dogs, in their fourth year 12 dogs. It would also encourage self-employed walkers, as it would be a commitment to take the time building towards bigger packs. This would also give Animal Services a chance to deny higher number limits for walkers who have had complaints or things like that put against them in their first year. I also think that handlers' dogs should be exempt from these number limits. With the time I've got, it's hard to explain this fully, but our dogs can be a very important part of our work. We could easily do this by just registering them alongside our own registration, essentially as handlers with us to help us do our work. Areas. So it's been proposed that walkers be banned from certain areas such as the Botanic Gardens, the waterfront and Atari. Again, I'd like to propose a middle ground for this, giving walkers allowed times. For example, Monday to Friday between 9 and 3 p.m. would mean they wouldn't interfere with peak time visitors or weekend visitors, but they would still have access to these spaces. Spaces like these are very unique. They provide environments you don't really get anywhere else in the region. Each of them have their own sort of attraction to them. It also helps us to socialize our dogs in the real world spaces that they actually live in alongside us. In terms of a walker's effect on public spaces, it is my experience that well-mannered, under control and happy pack of dogs brings a smile to almost everyone's face. So if I have any time left for questions.
We can do one quick partai from Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you, James. It's really encouraging to hear all that positivity. But how often do adverse things happen when people are out walking dogs?
In my experience, not that often. That is obviously depends on the operator and their level of experience. I do think that a registration system like this, though, would go most of the way to addressing such issues, and it would also give Animal Services some ground to act on. Because the operators that aren't acting towards sort of, common standards and aren't taking their responsibility seriously are well known in the industry and Animal Services, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I just wondered what are some of the things that happen that are not so great.
A quick one that I could think of would be people losing dogs. There seems to be a real trend in the industry of companies that use inexperienced walkers that aren't paid a lot. So I don't directly blame them, but their experience isn't there. They're not trained and they don't understand that these things require a certain amount of time and a certain amount of commitment. That's again why I also suggested the registration course, because this would give Animal Services a chance to clearly define that and lay that out on the table from day one.
Okay, thank you. That's great. Thank you.
Welcome.
Kia ora, James. Thanks for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today. We appreciate you doing that.
No, all good. Thanks for hearing me out.
Oh, thank you.
Cool,
kia ora. Now I'd like to welcome Chris Ford from Disabled Persons Assembly. No mai haere mai, Chris. So you've got 5 minutes.
Certainly, Councillor Day. Chair, fellow members of the committee. I just want to very quickly use my time to I guess that you've read the submission in full, and I appreciate that. So I'm just going to pick out a couple of highlights and then take questions. Excuse me. First of all, we, as stated in the submission, we welcome the WCC's intention to ensure that the training activity and activation, which occurs in all public spaces, is inclusive and accessible. We really like the idea of free zones on the city's footpaths, which are free of any commercial or other clutter. We endorse the proposition that any activities and obstacles should be placed on the curbside to keep the building edge clear. As the document states, this is important for blind people or those who experience low vision, and also for people who experience mobility impairment as well. We strongly recommend that all sandwich board and other ground-based advertising be banned with a phase-out period introduced to give impacted businesses sufficient time to create alternative marketing strategies which don't include the use of street-based signage. And in this sense, sandwich boards create unnecessary obstacles for walking pedestrians, blind and low vision people, as well as for wheelchair and mobility aid users and people even navigating children's strollers. DPA strongly supports the proposal that if businesses wish to use public space as part of their commercial activities, that they should be regulated and also charged an amenity fee, given that there will be compliance costs and also loss of amenity for members of the public as well. We do welcome the proposal that the applications process come out in accessible formats, be available in accessible formats. We strongly recommend that any event holders, particularly when the proposed event is expected to attract significantly large crowds, be required to outline or create quiet spaces to enable, for example, neurodiverse people, including autistic people who can experience sensory overload, people with psychosocial disability and or mental distress, hard of hearing people, and indeed anyone who just wants a quieter space to go to talk, reflect, or take time out to have somewhere to go, which is generally away from many event-produced noise. And one of the strong things we'd just like to really emphasise is that we welcome the inclusion of accessibility guidelines, and that we would like to see the Council's accessibility advisor involved in these processes, as well as relevant disabled persons organisations like DPA. We welcome the proposal to make all training and events both smoke and vape free, and we generally welcome the proposed requirements around outdoor dining activities and their regulation. We believe again that the accessibility advisor should be included in any decision making around the applications where outdoor furniture is being considered to be used. We strongly would like to welcome and indeed emphasise the proposals to regulate commercial regulators of micro-mobility schemes. We note that similar provisions have been enacted by the Dunedin City Council. I'm in Dunedin, I live here in Dunedin, and I'm just the acting kaituitui for Wellington for those councillors who may not know. But in my city of Dunedin, we've introduced good micro-mobility vehicle regulations around the hiring of micro-mobility vehicles, to the extent that, for example, the council decided to award a licence to Neuron and rejected the application from Lime on the basis of the fact that they didn't have a very good record, that is Lime, whereas Neuron had a very good plan for how they would deal with contingencies such as, for example, ensuring that scooters could be geofenced and used in geofenced spaces. We would really recommend, therefore, the use of the Dunedin model and to have a look at that as the basis for its plans going forward around the training and events policy. I can just elaborate on that perhaps in questions. However, that's me, Chair, so any questions?
Oh, kia ora, Chris. Thank you very much for your kōrero and for taking the time to talk to us today. doesn't seem to be any questions, but thank you so much for your time. Oh, hang on, we have got one from Councillor Matthews. Here we go. Over to you.
Kia ora, Chris. Nice to see you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Good to see you too.
I guess I just. How are you?
Good.
I guess I just wanted to. We're going through a process of setting up a template for the accessibility of our events, with covering all of these things like a quiet space and all of the different aspects that might come into worked with that Arts Access Aotearoa for us to also give to other organisations to use when they're thinking about running events about it.
Sorry, I couldn't hear sections of that, given that you cut out there. It's just the technology, but from what I can gather, that you really like the idea of having these ideas that we've articulated in our submission around quiet spaces being used as part of a template. That's really encouraging to hear. We would like to be involved in that process, amongst others, and no doubt the accessibility advisory group of your council the Wellington Council would be a good place to run that past as well. Thank you for the question.
Oh, kia ora, and kia ora, Chris. Thank you for taking the time to kōrero with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora. We're going to move on now, and I welcome Luke Forsyke, who's representing the Hound Way. So kia ora, Luke. You've got 5 minutes, and when we get to a minute to go, I'll hold up this sign just so that you know you're getting close to finishing. Kia ora. Over to you.
Cool, thanks, mate. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Hey, so thank you very much for having me. My name's Luke. I operate a business called the Hound Way. I am a professional dog walker, and I focus my work on getting retired racing greyhounds out and about in the city, getting them used to life outside of racing in the big wide world, because at times that can be a little bit scary for them. I am in my 5th year of business in Wellington City, and I'd really love to continue serving my clients here for many more years to come. So I do agree with the need to license professional dog walkers. We are currently an unregulated industry, and it would be great if we could strengthen the industry, raise the standard of care that we provide to dogs and their owners, and also to continue to provide a high level of safety and comfort for the public. Now, while we sort of weren't part of the initial writing of the proposal, Christine Ford has taken a lot of time to sort of talk to us as an industry group, which was really cool. She even managed to come out on a pack walk with me and James Napier to see what we were about, and I'm really appreciative of that. It was really cool to sort of feel heard there. We'd also greatly appreciate and enjoy providing any further consultation on how a professional dog walker's licensing system could work. So to ensure that we can sort of still operate these businesses that serve dog owners of Wellington, there's a couple of things that we would like to see that are maybe a bit different from the proposal. The limit on dogs being a pretty key factor in that. I would like to see a limit on the amount of dogs per handler based on experience, rather than just a one-size-fits-all number of 6. And that's sort of alludes to what all the other sort of dog walking speakers have discussed today as well. I'd also like to see a licensing system that would make it easier for animal services to clarify the important points to professional dog walkers of having adequate control over dogs at all times, and further clarifying places that dogs can and can't be off lead. That's another thing that sort of James touched on there, is that there are bad eggs in the industry at the moment, and some sort of licensing or regulation would really help with that. I would also like to have continued access to places like Otari, Botanic Gardens and the Wellington waterfront, even if that is only during off-peak times or in wet weather or particular seasons, or we're happy to work around whatever, as long as we can sort of still have some access to them. It's quite important. They're quite important places for us to take dogs, and not only having access to these areas, but as well as a variety of on-lead only and off-lead areas. I sort of have provided a big library of reasons for that in my written submission. If you've had a look at it, it's one with all the pictures of dogs in it. I'd also like to just touch on a point that an earlier submitter made around dog poo on walking tracks. I walk up to 9 dogs at a time, and I'm more than happy to provide the receipt for the 3,000 home compostable, fully biodegradable cornstarch poo bags that I buy. I pick up all my dog poo, and I believe that providing a licensing and identification system for professional dog walkers would allow animal services to actually crack down on the ones who may not be picking up their dog poo. So that's me. Have you got any questions?
Yes, we do have a couple. So we've got one from Councillor Phone.
Kia ora, Chris. That was an amazing selection of pictures, and you answered my question about do you pick up the dog poo? So thank you for that.
Yeah, I'd invite anyone that wants to come out and see what we do to come out and see just how much dog poo I pick up in a day.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Sparrow.
Yeah, thanks for that, Luke, and expressing the various points of view there. But I just want to ask a question again about the dog poo. It was suggested earlier by a non-dog walking person who, well, not a professional anyway, who suggested that, doubted that professional dog walkers always did, those walking big numbers of dogs did pick up the poo after them. Would there be any reason to, I would suggest that most, well, probably all professionals would keep to their responsibilities. Would you agree with that, or have any reason to suspect otherwise?
I mean, with the sort of the people that I work with, the other speakers that we've heard from today, we realise that we are always in the public eye, and we need to act as though we're basically always under surveillance. And so it's kind of that, I like to think of it as the Dominion Post test. You know, if it's a story that would probably fly on the front of the Dominion Post, don't do it. So in these situations, if as a professional dog walker, I'm not sure it would show up on the front page of the Dom Post, but you know, it's your Facebooks, your Facebook community groups and things like that. They just have to snap one picture of you not picking up a dog poo, and it's over. There's an army against you, and you're out. So we just can't risk that. So we don't and it's really easy to pick up a dog poo.
Great. Thank you very much, Luke, for sharing with us and sharing your fantastic photos as well through your,
no worries.
Your submission.
No worries.
Thank you. All right. So just checking our list, we're up to Kathy Knapp. Welcome, Kathy. I can see you there. So Kathy, you've got 5 minutes. And if there's any time left in that 5 minutes, there may be some questions. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Kathy Knapp toko ingoa, no peretene me esti o ko tipuna, kei te noho o ke Pōneke. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Kathy Knapp. Thank you for allowing me the time to make a submission today. Though I'm submitting in a personal capacity, I have 7 years experience running dog training classes for my local dog club, including running approved responsible dog owner education and obedience courses. And professionally, I work in conduct regulation and have been working in that area for 4.5 years. So my submission is fairly brief and focused on the dog-related aspects of the policy, which seems a bit of a theme so far. I have 2 key points that I'd like to make. Firstly, I strongly support the proposed regime for professional dog walkers, particularly the maximum of 6 dogs per handler. This aligns with similar overseas regimes, and it is accepted international best practice of no more than 4 to 6 dogs per handler, which is just to acknowledge the complexity of dog behaviour and the possibility for intervention if things do go wrong. It's a risk-based decision. My second point is I would like to submit that professional dog training classes held on public land should also be captured under the policy. They likely are, because it captures all revenue generating activity, but having something specific about that, including a maximum number of attendees and a requirement for professional indemnity insurance, I think would be beneficial. There are a number of providers, including my dog club, who hold group classes in areas like the waterfront, the Botanic Gardens, or Tari Wilton Bush, because it is really beneficial for dogs. But it's important to make sure that we're not impeding on other Wellingtonians' enjoyment, and having the approval licensing regime, I think, would help to do that. So those are my two very brief points, and I welcome any questions.
Kia ora, thank you, Kathy. You've got one of your dogs here that you've helped train to get us to be responsible owners, so thank you. My question is, I guess, why is it so important to use the public space when training dogs? You know, what's the perspective on that?
Because dogs live in public spaces, really. So getting to train in an area where there are all the real life distractions, but with the benefit of an experienced instructor who can provide guidance, help coach any behaviour challenges, get used to things that dogs will see in the real world. We have deservedly high expectations of dogs integrating in society, so training in that area really helps do that.
Kia ora. We have one more pātai from Mayor Foster.
Yeah, look, thanks, Kathy. The question is, I don't know if you heard any of about the previous 3 or 4 submitters, all of whom were sort of saying, well, 6 is an arbitrary number, and they didn't agree with that, and having a sort of graduated scale depending on experience. Could you just tell us why you're in a position which you go, actually, I don't agree with those people?
In most jurisdictions, dog walking is still fairly unregulated, but areas that have imposed restrictions like the parks in the UK, certain cities in the States, areas of London and different, they tend to go with 4 to 6, which has been based on, I haven't read all the advice, but it's been based on advice from behaviour experts, vets, in terms of, I don't particularly like to anthropomorphise dogs, but it's an easy way to explain. A dog has the sort of cognitive ability of a 4-year-old, but with teeth. And so in terms of managing, if things go wrong, what can one person safely manage? And when you have people out and about using public spaces, I think considering that safety aspect is critical.
Okay, it sounds like somebody's going to be doing a bit of reading. Thank you.
Kia ora, Kathy. Thanks so much for taking the time to come and share your experience with us. Really appreciate you doing that.
Kia ora. Bye.
And now I'd like to welcome Bev Abbott. No mai haere mai, Bev. Just trying to find you on the screen. Oh, there you go. So you might need to turn off your mute. I understand that, Bev, you might have been having some connectivity issues before, so we'll see if we can get it working. Give you a few seconds to get that working. Looks like you might still be having some difficulties. Okay, what we'll do now is we'll go to Chris Horn. Kia ora, Chris. Good to see you here today. So Chris, you've got 5 minutes, and there may be some questions in that time as well. Oh, it looks like you might be having a sound issue. No, it's really quite quiet. No. It's still very quiet and quite sort of fast talking. No, it's still not working quite right. I wonder if it's worth logging off and then coming back in again, Chris. I can see that Bev's camera's come on. Maybe if you log off and come on again, then it might reset. The sound might be better. So we'll have another go in a minute. Bev, can you hear me? You might need to turn off can you turn off your mute? You'll just need to unmute yourself, Bev. You'll need to, oh, that's it, there you go. So Bev, you've got 5 minutes, and there might be, oh, are you still there? Can we hear you? Can you try again, see if we can hear you? It's like we're having a few technical challenges. We've had a good run up until now. That technology can do this to us sometimes. Looks like it's possibly not going to work.
Should we cut our videos?
No, I don't think that's the reason, but looks like Chris, do you want to have another try and see if yours is working? There's something wrong with when you're talking, it's sounding really high and sort of a little bit like the chipmunk kind of sound. And very, very quiet. No, it's still not quite right. It's a bit frustrating. Not quite sure why that's doing that. It's still not quite coming through quite how you'd expect it would. I'm not sure that that's going to work. As I said, it might be worth logging off the Zoom call and then trying to come back in, Chris. And we can, once you're on, we can try it again. If you could do that. Yeah, no, it's still, the sound is still not quite right. It's a high-pitched sort of fast sound, but we can't hear your words quite how we usually would. Apologies, it's not quite working. Bev, can we just check one more time if we can hear you? Yeah, no, your microphone's not working as well. I'm not quite sure what's happening there. I'm sorry about that. That's a bit frustrating. Hopefully we can find a way to hear from you. I can see that we've got Hugh Rennie here, who is. Are you ready to speak to us, Hugh? We have had a couple of submitters having problems with sound.
Yes, I can start.
Great. So you've got 5 minutes, and if there's any time for questions within that 5 minutes, there may be some questions. And when you've got 1 minute left, I'll just put this sign up so you can see where you're at time-wise.
I follow that. I've got an additional voice coming over the top, so you're quite hard to hear.
Okay, I'll let you start. Are you ready to go?
Yep. I can take it away. Right. I'm intending to do that. Well,
okay, I'll let you start.
Right, hang on. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not quite sure where the whole picture's gone, but that doesn't matter. Look, my challenge is simply two aspects of the charity collection issue. I've dealt with one or two other things in the written submission. My submission arose initially in 2018 when I ran out of patience after years of my wife and I being harassed by charity collectors in the CBD. You've heard from the PFRA, they put themselves forward as being a group of charities. They're a minority of charities, an organisation, despite their claim that you have to belong to them, you don't, despite the claim that they have an absolute right to control this process. That's in their imagination. They're just a voluntary association. There are a large number of key charities. You've heard from the RSA today. There are people like the Mental Health Foundation, the City Submission, Kids Can, Alzheimer's, I won't go on. Multiple sclerosis, one particularly close to friends of mine. And what has happened is that this organisation, which has 9 commercial members that you haven't heard about, some Australian firms, some New Zealand firms, put these paid collectors on the street, and they're gradually edging aside the democratic old process where people stood and collected, as you've heard, for example, from the RSA. I've given you one example of the experience that finally pushed me over the top, but there have been quite a number of those. I've given you the Australian research report, which shows that, which was conducted for the Australian government. It shows that these people are paid substantial sums of money. Jobs are currently being advertised in New Zealand for these collectors, 840 a week plus incentives at the bottom level, and it goes up in a pyramid. And the Australian research shows that in the first 12 months of your donations, these people take the lot. And they also show that 1 in every 2 persons signed up ceases donating in that period. So half the people signed up, not a dollar that they've paid, at least on the Australian research, goes to the charity. They claim that they have rules which work. I can tell you from years of personal experience, they don't. They operate usually in bands of 2 or 3 with psychological training to work as a group on the footpath. My proposition is it should be possible to walk down the street without having this commercial activity foisted on you. I accept that the charities that are involved get some money at the end of the day, but it is not, in my view, and the view of many people I know, something the council should tolerate, let alone actively participate, let alone give them the monopoly which is proposed in the policy. If I can't persuade you to get rid of them, I have an alternative suggestion in my written submission, which is essentially that they have to give written receipts with information about the complaint process. The submission you heard for the association today contains a number of material errors, which I won't take up with you now, but I just note that it starts out by talking about their collectors and volunteer collectors. They claim also to be talking about one-off donations as well as continuing donations. But really what you're seeing, and it's been a growing process, is the commercial firms behind this muscling in and forcing out the traditional collectors. We have Wellington charities who suffer as a result of this, and I don't believe the council should have any part of it. And beyond that, I'll just take questions.
Kia ora, thank you very much, Hugh. Councillor Pennant has a question.
Thank you, Hugh. I appreciate that. I was one of the people that introduced the term chuggers into the lexicon in this country a few years ago. But I guess I'm just curious. I mean, they're trying to, do you think they shouldn't be there? Because they've got to make money somehow, because the government often won't fund charities enough. So how should it be done if you have some concerns about them in quite a fundamental way?
Well, there are other charity groupings. There is one particular one, which is the 1% one, which supports some Wellington charities like Downtown Community Ministry, which I personally have supported for years. And they operate on a different basis of encouraging people to give 1% of their income, and 100% of what you donate goes to the charity. I don't actually donate that way, I donate directly. There are alternative mechanisms, but when you've got these strongly commercial firms coming in, and particularly Australian focused, they refer, for example, in the association's submission to these people being registered with what they call an independent company. That is an Australian company with no registration in New Zealand. You're actually seeing a highly commercialized, and you're right to call them chuggers, a highly commercialized industry, which is muscling in and displacing the traditional charity process. And that commercial aggression will prevail if the council not merely permits it, which is bad enough, but actually gives them the monopoly that they're asking for, which is written into the policy. Just in passing, the government actually amended the Fair Trading Act several years ago with the intention of bringing down regulations to control this. And that seems to have got lost in what I call the ministry bits and pieces, MBIE, and no regulations have emerged. But it was government's intention to put some controls around this.
Thank you very much, Hugh, for coming and sharing your thoughts with us. We really appreciate you taking the time to do that.
That's all right. Good luck.
Thank you.
And thank you for your time. I mean, I really appreciate the time you guys put in.
Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you.
Very kind of you.
Keep going.
Thanks, Hugh.
I'm going to see if Bev, if you've managed to get your microphone working. Are you able to try talking to us? Yeah, no, it's not working. Bev, what we're going to suggest is that we could organise once we're back in level 2, which hopefully won't be too far away, that you could come and talk to us at a committee before one of our meetings over the next week or so. Hopefully that will work for you. It might be easier than trying to keep seeing if this will work, and we'll offer the same to Chris Horn as well, because I think his microphone was also having some issues.
Chair, can I suggest also that they both participants may want to just send us their notes?
They could, yes. So it's up to them. We'll offer them. We'll offer them the option of coming to a committee meeting to do public participation there if that's what they would like, because they may want the opportunity to answer any questions as well. So now I'd like to welcome Bryce William. Kia ora, Bryce. I can see you there. So Bryce, you'll need to probably turn yourself off mute, and you've got 5 minutes, and when you get to 1 minute left, I'll hold the sign up so you can see you're getting near to that time to finish up. But I'll hand over to you now.
Susie, thank you. Kia ora koutou to everybody. Thanks for taking the time to listen to my submission. Might be reasonably short and sweet because I'm really looking at a thin edge of my position on the policy, and it really comes down to, for me, I'm a outdoors photographer, and typically around the mountain biking industry. And for me, looking at the policy, looking at the nuances, we're looking at, I guess, a matrix system of asset degradation, and how do we best manage the costs with those, and how do we manage health and safety, and that whole gambit that sits in that space. For me, I deal primarily with purpose-built facilities, mountain bike tracks. They're prepared. People ride bikes on them, and my interaction with those tracks is, no different to a bike, or no different to anyone just walking around. So for me, the impacts of the proposed policy does present me with a little bit of a conundrum of, do I continue doing what I'm doing if there is some sort of regulatory model put in place to govern how I interact with the asset? I can understand the position where, if my interactions with council assets cause degradation, wear and tear, and I think it's only fair that there's a contribution model or some sort of way of managing that, absolutely. But for me, I walk mountain bike tracks, I swim in the ocean, my impact is really, really minimal. And the crux of it is, just because I have a business, this affects me. So the flip side is, I don't get remunerated for this, and I can do it without any hassle. So the appropriateness to me, I totally agree, it needs to be looked at. I mean, that's a holistic approach, and that's what you would expect from a prudent review. But from my perspective, it really sort of forces me to go, well, do I even do it? And what I do is promote. I promote healthy living. I promote that through my social media and just through my photography. And for me to, the opposite is then I don't promote it. So that means people aren't necessarily aware of some of the council assets that are available to them in the Wellington region. So if anything, the Wellington region and the council misses out on free advertising from me. Short and sweet. You know, I know what you guys are trying to do, and I think that is absolutely prudent, and it's absolutely the best use of the time that we have with the new asset creation, all that. We've got to do this all collectively, but I think sometimes it needs to be matrixed on net effect. You know, those net effect models. I can understand the health guys down at Francis Park and, you know, damage to grassed areas. Totally understand that, and that's, you know, that's what this is about. But we've got purpose-built facilities, and I'm just simply interacting with them just in a professional sense, could do so in an amateur sense in exactly the same way. Yeah, it does confuse me, but yeah, I'll leave it at that, make it nice and sweet, short and sweet for you guys. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillors, are there any questions? No, it looks like you've been very clear, Bryce. Thank you for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today. We appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, kapai, no problem. Right,
Harara.
See you.
Hei kona. We now have from Youth Council, we've got Ella Flavel, Ali Haidari and Henry Lockhart. No mai haere mai kia koutou. Thank you for coming to kōrero with us. So you know how it works. We've got 5 minutes, and we've had to make it a bit shorter this time because we're in lockdown on Zoom. It's a little bit more complex. So we know that you guys will understand those challenges. You're having to deal with them too. So yeah, we'll let you guys take it away now and work out between you who's speaking when. Kia ora.
Awesome. This took a little bit of planning to figure out so we wouldn't talk over each other. Kia ora koutou, ko Ella toku ingoa. Ali?
Kia ora, I'm Ali. Sorry.
Kia ora, ko Henry toku ingoa.
Awesome. So we're here today as Youth Council. We've got 2 of our new Youth Councillors, which is so exciting. Overall, Youth Council supports this policy. We believe that merging the 2 plans makes it clearer and more accessible for Wellingtonians. And we also think that transparency and ease of access to the policy are really key to ensure that the desired goals are met.
In particular, there are some points we'd like to make. We really like the no-car zones because Youth Council believes that increasing no-car zones would be an effective way to promote spaces where markets and buskers can perform or take place. This has been seen as being effective through closing spaces such as Lower Cuba Street for the operation of night markets, allowing the community to come together and support creative enterprises in a safe, vehicle-free space. We also believe Council could play a part in increasing accessibility for first-time business starters or engaging in business, such as young with startups.
We're also in support of the smoke-free and vape-free policy, particularly to minimise second and third-hand smoke harm and to set a good example in the community. And we're also in support of the shift towards accessible through zones on the building line, but we have noted some of the challenges in implementation and some, I guess, guidance on how that can be mitigated and managed. And finally, we have emphasised in our report the importance of thorough waste management plans for public events that could have environmental degradation risks, particularly around the town belt area.
Perfect, that's us.
Wow, that was awesome. Thank you. Very succinct. Councillors, Mayor, are there any questions? You guys were very clear. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, hang on. We've got Councillor Pennant has put her hand up, and I can see Councillor Rush as well. So Councillor Pennant.
Sorry. Thank you. Having terrible problems with the meeting today. Hey, we've just had a few submissions about charity collectors. And I just wondered what you thought about them, because there are quite a few young people employed in that area, and how much they should be regulated, if at all.
Overall, I think, yeah, definitely, because a lot of young people are employed. I think, obviously, allowing them to continue. I haven't written a specific part on it, but yeah, I would say just making sure that people are taken care of and they're, you know, if possible, their workers' rights preserved, because that is an area where people can be exploited potentially. But I don't have anything particular unless Henry or Ali has anything else.
Just to add to that, I think one of the things that we think is relevant, both with charity collection, but also to busking and other things, is making sure the process is very, very straightforward and clear for people, so that there's not issues and people not understanding what's required of them that might put them off. But I think definitely supportive of enabling people to do those sort of collections. I think it's an opportunity that lots of young people do take up in the city and has quite a bit of value.
Thank you. Councillor Rush, you have a pātai?
No, I was just waving goodbye.
We're not quite there yet. Okay, that looks like that's all the pātai for you guys this afternoon. Thank you so much for taking the time to do a submission and then coming to kōrero with us this afternoon. We appreciate you doing that.
Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Kia ora. So just to follow up with the committee, we have followed up, staff have followed up with Chris Horn and Bev Abbott just to let them know that there'll be an opportunity for them to come and kōrero with us at some other stage. So yeah, apologies to them both that the mics didn't quite work this afternoon and things didn't quite go right, but we'll get there. Sometimes in these situations we have to be able to adapt and overcome. So that's all of our submitters for these hearings. Thank you everybody for listening and for your pātai, your questions. I appreciate you your attention and sticking with it. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to move the motion, which is that we receive the information and that we hear that we've heard the oral submitters and we thank them for speaking to their submissions. Do I have a seconder? Oh. I'm trying to see. Oh, the screen was flashing. Councillor Young, thank you. It's like I've just got lots of people waving at me. It's quite nice. And so I'll now put that motion to the vote.
Just waiting on Deputy Mayor Free.
Are you there, Deputy Mayor Free?
I've got to go and put Mighty Pups on. I'm sorry.
Oh, there you go, Deputy Mayor Free. Could you vote, please? This is on the hearing the submissions. Great.
Cool. That's unanimous.
Great. So that's carried. So we've come to the end of our hui today. Thank you everybody for persevering and making our timing work so well. You've all made it work really well today. So yeah, I'll finish off with our closing karakia. So unuhia ki te uru tapu nui. Kia wātia, kia mama, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, I te ara takatū. Koe ara e rongo, whakairea aki ki runga. Kia wātia, pai rā, kua wātia. Kia pai tō ahi ahi. Have an awesome afternoon.
Well done, Jill.
Jill,
Great
well
work.
done.
Thanks, Jill. Thanks a lot.